Sebelum memulai kegiatan kita, kepada para peserta bisa untuk melakukan registrasi terlebih dahulu dengan link yang telah diberikan oleh panitia di kolom komentar. Sekali lagi kepada para peserta, diharapkan untuk bisa registrasi terlebih dahulu dengan link yang telah diberikan oleh panitia di kolom komentar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim, puji syukur kita panjatkan karena berkat rahmatnya masih bisa berkumpul untuk hadir dalam serangkaian acara Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022.
Sebelum memulai acara, perkenalkan saya Ilma Citra Malina, selaku Master of Ceremony pada hari ini, dan juga saya bersama partner saya, yaitu
Nur Maharani Balkis. Baiklah, sebelum kita memulai serangkaian acara pada hari ini, alangkah baiknya kita mulai dengan berdoa yang akan dipimpin oleh Saudara Syatrul. Kepada Saudara Syatrul, disilakan.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Baik, marilah sejenak kita sama-sama menundukkan kepala dan memanjat kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa agar kegiatan di pagi ini dapat diberkahi dan sekiranya berjalan dengan lancar. Bagi yang beragama Islam, doa akan saya pimpin secara Islam, bagi yang non-Muslim dapat menyelesaikan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Al-Fatihah. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Ar-Rahmanirrahim. Maliki yaumiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdinas siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta 'alaihim ghairil maghdubi 'alaihim waladdallin. Amin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Ya Allah ya Rahman, pada pagi ini kami hendak menyelenggarakan acara Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz pada tahun 2022. Dengan memohon ridho dan izin-Mu, berkahilah semua langkah dan kegiatan kami, serta jadikanlah ini semua sebagai nilai ibadah dan ilmu yang bermanfaat kepada kami. Ya Allah, ya Wahid, Engkau yang Maha Satu dan Maha Mempersatukan. Kiranya dalam momen ini Engkau jadikanlah sebagai pintu dan jalan bagi turunnya rahmat dan terbukanya pintu silaturahmi di antara kami. Kami mohon perkuatkanlah persatuan dan tali silaturahmi di antara kami. Janganlah Engkau biarkan ada perpecahan di antara kami. Kami ingin kuat dalam persatuan agar lebih bermanfaat bagi agama, negara, dan bangsa ini. Ya Allah, ya Ghafur, Engkau yang Maha Pengampun atas segala dosa. Ampunilah dosa kami, dosa orang tua kami, dosa para pemimpin kami, dan dosa para pendahulu kami. Tempatkanlah kami dengan mereka di dalam lindungan rahmat dan ampunan-Mu. Ya Allah yang mujib, Engkau yang Maha mengabulkan doa. Engkau Maha mengetahui terhadap kelemahan-kelemahan kami dan juga kekurangan kami. Hanya kepadamu lah kami menyembah dan kepadamu lah kami mohon ampunan. Maka kabulkanlah doa serta permohonan kami. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Selanjutnya kita memasuki agenda menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Para hadirin dimohon untuk dapat duduk dengan tegap dan mendengarkan dengan hikmat. Kepada panitia yang bertugas, dipersilakan.
Terima kasih. Selanjutnya, sambutan yang pertama akan disampaikan oleh Ketua Panitia Intra Kalimantan Psikologi Quiz 2022. Kepada Saudara Dewa Madera Manova, disilakan.
Baik, terima kasih. Sebelumnya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan bagi kita semua. Yang terhormat Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran yang telah hadir, yakni adalah Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Muhammad yang pada kesempatan ini diwakili oleh Wakil Dekan Bidang 2, Wakil Dekan 2 Bidang Keuangan dan Umum, Dr. Ahmad Bahtiar, MPPM. Yang terhormat Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Lambung Mangkurat yang pada kesempatan kali ini diwakili oleh Wakil Dekan 1 Bidang Akademik, Dr. Haji Muhammad Bahriansyah, MKes, MSc, PhD. Yang terhormat Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Palangkaraya, Profesor Dr. Syamsul Arifin, MPD. Yang terhormat Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Tanjung Pura, Dr. Muhammad Asrorudin, Spesialis Mata. The Honorable Professor of Malaya University and also the Master Quiz of Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz, Professor Dr. Cheng Hueming, PhD. Yang terhormat rekan-rekan kepanitiaan Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz serta para peserta Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz dari mahasiswa kedokteran 4 Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas di Kalimantan yang kami banggakan. Puji syukur kita panjatkan kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas karunia-Nya lah kita dapat hadir dalam ruang virtual Zoom ini dalam acara Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022. Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz ini merupakan acara pionir pertama kolaborasi dari 4 fakultas kedokteran pada bidang fisiologi. Diharapkannya dengan dipionirnya acara ini dapat berkelanjutan menjadi sebagai wadah mahasiswa kedokteran untuk berprestasi, mengasah, serta menambah ilmu pengetahuan terkait salah satu bidang dasar kedokteran yaitu fisiologi. Acara IKPQ akan berlangsung dalam 1 hari ini, yaitu pada hari Sabtu 22 Januari 2022, yang dimana akan diikuti oleh 15 tim yang berasal dari Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Warman, Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Palangkaraya, dan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Tanjung Pura. Besar harapan saya, semoga acara IKPQ dapat berjalan dengan lancar dari awal pembukaan sampai akhir penutupan dan memberikan kebermanfaatan serta euforia kompetitif sportif antar peserta. Untuk para peserta, saya ucapkan semangat dan jaga sportivitas. Walau di dalam masa pandemi, kobaran semangat berkompetisi harus tetap menyala. Semoga sukses. Akhir kata, saya ucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada pihak Dekanat Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Tanjung Pura, pihak Dekanat Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Palangkaraya, pihak Dekanat Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, dan pihak Dekanat Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Warman, para panitia dan segenap pihak para panitia dan juga sponsor kita, yang ini adalah Prodia, dan segenap pihak yang tidak dapat saya sebutkan satu persatu yang sudah membantu berkontribusi sehingga acara Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz ini dapat terselenggarakan. Sekian dari saya, mohon maaf apabila ada kekurangan dan salah kata. Saya kurang lebihnya mohon maaf, saya akhiri. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan.
Baik, selanjutnya sambutan dari Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Mula Warman yang pada kesempatan kali ini diwakili oleh Wakil Dekan 2 Bidang Keuangan dan Umum, yaitu Dr. Ahmad Bahtiar, Master of Policy and Public Management. Kepada Dr. Ahmad, waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Suara saya kedengaran ya?
Terdengar, Dokter.
Baik, terima kasih. Pertama-tama kita ucapkan syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala yang telah memberikan kita kesehatan ya pada saat ini, sehingga kita bisa berkumpul dalam acara yang menurut kami ini adalah satu acara yang sangat baik. Mudah-mudahan nanti competitiveness ya, karena mengingat bahwa Presiden Jokowi kan sudah menunjuk Kalimantan sebagai pusat ibu kota ya. Kebetulan aja di Kalimantan Timur, tapi dekat dengan Kalimantan Selatan, dekat dengan Kalimantan Tengah, mungkin 45 menit aja dari Tanjung Pura ya, dari Pontianak ya. Jadi dekat semua ke ibu kota negara itu ya. Kita patut bersyukurlah bahwa memang IKN sudah ada di Kalimantan gitu. Tanpa kita sadari nanti mungkin 10 tahun yang akan datang semua universitas fakultas kedokteran di Kalimantan akan menjadi the best. Mungkin bisa bersaing kan karena dekat dengan pusat ibu kota negara. Selawat serta salam kita sampaikan juga kehadiran Nabi Muhammad SAW yang telah membawa kita ke jalan yang terang benderang ya pada saat ini, sehingga mudah-mudahan nanti kita bersama nanti di akhir akhirat. Yang saya hormati dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Palangkaraya, yang saya hormati Bapak Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Tanjung Pura, yang saya hormati Bapak WD1 Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Banjarmasin ya, yang saya hormati Profesor Wen Ming Chan ya dari Malaya University ya, kalau tidak salah tadi, sebagai mentor dan konsultan pada hari ini, dan semua panitia, semua peserta yang bisa berkompetisi pada hari ini. Mohon maaf, Ibu Dekan tidak bisa bersama kita pada hari ini. Sebenarnya dia ingin bersama-sama pada hari ini karena memang ada kegiatan ambil sumpah perawat pada hari ini, sehingga beliau berhalangan. Karena tadi kemarin dia menyampaikan permohonan maaf untuk tidak bisa mengikuti kegiatan pada hari ini. Bapak Ibu sekalian, kami melihat bahwa memang kegiatan-kegiatan competitiveness seperti ini selain sebenarnya meningkatkan animo mahasiswa ke arah menguasai ilmu-ilmu kedokteran dasar, karena fisiologi ini kan merupakan sebenarnya core dari ilmu kedokteran ya. Ilmu kedokteran itu kan core-nya kan fisiologi, anatomi ya. Itu adalah memang basic dari ilmu kedokteran yang seharusnya dikuasai oleh mahasiswa. Nah, selama ini kan kalau kami melihat memang pendekatan-pendekatan ataupun masalah-masalah fisiologi ini kan mungkin kalau zaman sekarang tidak terlalu dikuasai oleh mahasiswa ya, mungkin ya kalau menurut kami, dan memang perlu kegiatan-kegiatan seperti ini sehingga mahasiswa kembali menyenangi dalam mempelajari fisiologi ini, karena memang kedepannya kan semua penyakit kan terkait dengan ilmu ini gitu ya. Sehingga kami mengharapkan dengan adanya kompetisi-kompetisi yang seperti ini, itu nanti akan secara gradual akan meningkatkan kembali animo mahasiswa mempelajari yang mungkin sebagian mahasiswa menganggap bahwa ini adalah ilmu yang sulit, ya, apalagi dikombinasikan dengan anatomi, itu merupakan satu ilmu yang sulit. Tapi tanpa mereka sadari, adik-adik mahasiswa ini sebenarnya kalau menguasai ilmu fisiologi dan anatomi itu otomatis ke depannya akan semakin mudah untuk mempelajari ilmu kedokteran, ilmu penyakit, ya, seperti itu. Kemudian yang kedua yang mungkin kami sampaikan adalah mudah-mudahan dalam kegiatan ini akan meningkatkan tentunya karena ini bersifat nasional ya, ini nanti otomatis nanti akan yang terbaik itu akan memberikan poin-poin akreditasi lah untuk ini ya, untuk fakultas ya. Sehingga diharapkan berjuang tadi yang seperti dikatakan oleh ketua panitia tadi, dari mahasiswa harus berjuang sekuat mungkin, competitiveness ya, sehingga menghasilkan yang terbaik, dan tentunya yang terbaik itu akan memberikan hak keharuman bagi nama universitas atau fakultas ya. Nah, tapi jangan curang juga, nggak boleh. Kalau di kedokteran ini kan nggak boleh curang ya. Jadi itu nanti akan dalam tanda petik akan menambah nilai akreditasi dari fakultas ya, seperti itu. Nah, mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan ya. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan selamat kepada panitia yang telah berusaha payah untuk mewujudkan ya kegiatan ini, kegiatan lomba meskipun sifatnya regional, tetapi ini nanti akan bisa dikembangkan ya. Meskipun namanya Intra Kalimantan, tetapi mungkin di tahun-tahun yang akan datang itu akan bisa dikembangkan ke mungkin ke level nasional ya, apalagi internasional ya, sehingga mungkin dengan dukungan para Bapak Ibu Dekan nanti ini akan bisa kompetisi ini akan lebih meningkat levelnya di beberapa tahun yang akan datang ya, sehingga nanti itu akan menambah competitiveness dari mahasiswa dari Fakultas Kedokteran. Saya kira itu yang bisa kami sampaikan dalam kesempatan ini. Mudah-mudahan kegiatan ini bisa berjalan dengan baik sesuai dengan harapan dari para dekan sekalian dan para mungkin mentor juga. Terima kasih kita sampaikan kepada konsultan ya, Profesor Hwe yang telah bersedia untuk mendampingi para mahasiswa untuk melakukan kompetisi pada pagi hari ini. Saya kira demikian, kurang lebih saya ucapkan terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Baik, selanjutnya kata sambutan dari Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Lambung Mangkurat yang pada kesempatan kali ini diwakili oleh Wakil Dekan 1 Bidang Akademik, Bapak Dr. Haji Muhammad Bahriansyah, Magister Kesehatan, Master of Medical Education, Master of Science, PhD. Kepada Bapak Dr. Haji Muhammad Bahriansyah, disilakan.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Alhamdulillah, puji syukur kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Hari ini kita insya Allah dalam keadaan sehat walafiat bisa berkumpul sama-sama untuk mengikuti kegiatan regional kompetisi di bidang fisiologi ya. Yang terhormat Profesor Cheng Wei Ning, dan para dekan di Fakultas Kedokteran Regional Kalimantan dari Universitas Mula Warman, Universitas Palangkaraya, dan Tanjung Pura atau yang mewakili. Kemudian para dosen yang mungkin juga berhadir pada hari ini, panitia pelaksana, serta tentunya para peserta fisiologi quiz pada hari ini. First of all, I think I want to say really appreciate to Professor Wei Ning Cheng, because probably without your initiation today, the event will not be. So we really respect your initiative for doing this for us, especially for the School of Medicine in Kalimantan. So once again, we really thank you for your initiative. Dan selanjutnya juga tentunya seperti yang disampaikan oleh Wakil Dekan 2 dari FK Mula Warman, bahwa kuis ini merupakan salah satu istilahnya platform buat mahasiswa untuk lebih berprestasi ke depannya gitu. Karena cukup jarang ya kita menemukan sebuah kompetisi yang spesifik gitu untuk bidang tertentu. Kita mungkin pernah dengar anatomi, kita mungkin pernah dengar mikrobiologi gitu, tapi other than that agak sulit gitu untuk menemukan yang sangat spesifik gitu terhadap mata kuliah tertentu. Nah, apalagi tadi juga sudah disampaikan bahwa fisiologi itu sebenarnya salah satu dari ilmu basic yang apabila kita bicara sebuah penyakit mau tidak mau harus bicara dulu tentang oke, bagaimana sih fisiologinya gitu. Kenapa kemudian terjadi aspek patologisnya. Nah, jadi kami dari Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Lambung Mangkurat sangat mengapresiasi kegiatan ini. Dan kita berharap gitu, with or without assistant dari Profesor Cheng, kegiatan yang seperti ini harusnya akan bisa kita lanjutkan gitu secara kontinu ya. Memang dorongan dari Prof Cheng itu akan sangat besar gitu terhadap terlaksananya kegiatan pada hari ini. Nah, tetapi seperti yang disampaikan oleh Ketua Pelaksana tadi, bahwa inti kegiatan hari ini menurut saya adalah bukan siapa yang menjadi pemenang, tetapi lebih ke arah this is starting point for us gitu untuk melaksanakan kegiatan kompetitif di mana harapannya tidak hanya meningkatkan ilmu pengetahuan para peserta terkait dengan fisiologi, tapi juga bagaimana mengeratkan hubungan antar fakultas kedokteran yang ada di Kalimantan gitu, baik di wilayah Indonesia maupun mungkin nantinya termasuk dengan Malaysia ya. Kemudian juga kita harapkan yang lebih besar lagi adalah ini bisa jadi networking kemudian itu. Hopefully the future gitu, ke bidang-bidang lainnya gitu. Dan yang tidak kalah pentingnya adalah menurut saya yang paling penting itu adalah sebenarnya ini momen buat mahasiswa untuk bisa belajar terutama hal yang terkait dengan soft skill. Jadi jangan cuma saya harus menang untuk kegiatan ini, tapi juga ini adalah momen bagaimana kemudian let's say gitu. Ketika menang, bagaimana kita harus bersikap. Ketika kalah, itu juga bagaimana cara kita menerima kekalahan itu secara kesatria gitu ya. Kemudian bagaimana kemudian cara berkompetisi yang baik. Nah, harapannya again, it's not only about to become a winner gitu in this competition, but it's also about gaining soft skill gitu, broadening our networking terhadap fakultas-fakultas kedokteran di wilayah regional Kalimantan maupun nantinya di lebih luas lagi. Probably itu yang bisa saya sampaikan pada kesempatan kali ini. Sekali lagi kami dari Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Lambung Mangkurat sangat mendukung, sangat mengapresiasi kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh mahasiswa pada hari ini, gitu ya. Dan sekali lagi saya ingin meng-highlight gitu ucapan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya sekali lagi kepada Prof. Cheng yang sudah meng-assess, meng-assist tepatnya ya, bukan assess, meng-assist, membantu pelaksanaan pada kegiatan hari ini. Mungkin itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Salah hilapnya saya mohon maaf. Saya akhiri dengan Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selanjutnya, sambutan dari Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Palangkaraya, Profesor Dr. Syamsul Arifin, Magister Pendidikan, kepada Dr. Syamsul Arifin, waktu dan tempat dipersilakan.
Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati para dekan di Regional Kalimantan, Universitas Mula Warman, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, dan Universitas Tanjung Pura sebagai tuan rumah mungkin ya untuk kegiatan kali ini. Yang terhormat juga Profesor Cheng, khusus untuk Profesor Cheng saya juga ingin mengucapkan thank you Profesor Cheng. We really appreciate Profesor Cheng initiation for the Intra Kalimantan Physiology quiz activity. Hopefully this activity can stimulate medical students on the island of Borneo to be more advanced, especially in the science of psikologi. Demikian juga kami juga mengucapkan terima kasih atas dukungan para dekan semua dalam kegiatan kita kali ini. Karena kegiatan kita kali ini sebenarnya juga bertepatan dengan kegiatan yang dilakukan oleh para rektor di lingkungan Kalimantan, di mana para rektor juga membuat Kalimantan University Consortium dalam rangka untuk mendukung pembangunan dan percepatan ibu kota negara baru. Nah, dalam kaitan itu sebenarnya ini juga tepat sebagai salah satu kontribusi kita Fakultas Kedokteran khususnya di Kalimantan. Nah, kemudian kami juga mengharapkan sudah selayaknya seluruh sivitas akademika termasuk mahasiswa harus terampil menunjukkan jati diri bahwa kita juga bisa dan mampu berkompetisi dan berkontribusi seperti mahasiswa kedokteran lainnya yang lebih maju. Nah, dengan kegiatan ini kita juga mendorong agar upaya-upaya pembelajaran yang menarik mahasiswa untuk mempelajari lebih menyenangkan meskipun materinya sangat banyak ini juga semakin berkembang. Jadi dalam rangka agar mahasiswa semakin menarik, tidak hanya melihat banyaknya materi, tetapi juga ada metode-metode, ada teknik-teknik pembelajaran sehingga mahasiswa menjadi terpacu untuk mempelajarinya. Kemudian karena tadi sebagian besar sudah disampaikan oleh para dekan yang lain, sehingga saya singkat saja, selamat berjuang, selamat berkompetisi, semoga dapat memberikan hasil terbaik bagi alma maternya masing-masing. Khususnya bagi mahasiswa Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Palangkaraya, ayo berjuang dengan jujur dan mandiri. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selanjutnya, sambutan dari Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Tanjung Pura, Dr. Muhammad Asarudin, spesialis mata, sekaligus membuka serangkaian acara Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022 secara resmi. Kepada Bapak Dr. Muhammad Asarudin, disilakan.
Baik, selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning to all. The Honorable Prof. Cheng Wiming, thank you for coming and initiate this activity. Yang saya hormati Bapak Dekan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Palangkaraya, Prof. Samsul Arifin, Dekanat Dr. Rahmat dari Universitas Mula Warman. Kemudian yang saya hormati juga Dr. Bakriansah dari Universitas Lambung Mangkurat. Ketemu lagi Dr. Bakri ini teman saya dulu. Waktu HPEK ya dok ya. Waktu HWS ya. Beliau ini di Medical Education juga dan alhamdulillah kita bisa bertemu. Bapak Ibu Ketua Jurusan, para Wakil Dekan di lingkungan Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Kalimantan, para dosen, serta para peserta semuanya, para panitia. Kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada seluruh panitia, baik dosen, mahasiswa, dan dukungan dari seluruh dekan di Kalimantan, Fakultas Kedokteran di Kalimantan untuk menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini. Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022. Dan ucapan terima kasih sudah saatnya kita ucapkan pada Prof. Cheng Wiming. Thank you, Prof. Cheng, for your initiation and for your support for this activity. Hopefully we can meet, but because of the pandemic, we just meet in this room, virtual room. Never mind. Hopefully we could meet next time if the pandemic is subsiding. Oke, untuk semua panitia peserta, kami mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasinya. Juga terima kasih atas kesempatan kepada Fakultas Kedokteran Untan Tanjung Pura, Pontianak yang sudah diberikan kepercayaan untuk menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini. Tentunya kegiatan ini merupakan satu terobosan yang sangat baik dalam rangka meningkatkan kemampuan mahasiswa kita Kalimantan untuk memahami dengan lebih baik dan sangat unggul dalam bidang fisiologi. Sebetulnya berdasarkan catatan kami dan catatan kita bersama bahwa kegiatan-kegiatan seperti ini sangat diperlukan dalam rangka meningkatkan kemampuan dalam memahami fisiologi, juga menggabungkan ataupun memasukkannya ke dalam modul atau blok ya supaya lebih terintegrasi. Dan beberapa waktu yang lalu universitas ataupun fakultas di Kalimantan ini juga bisa bersaing ya dengan fakultas-fakultas kedokteran lain di seluruh Indonesia dalam kegiatan-kegiatan regional maupun internasional seperti Olimpiade ya. Yang terbaru saya kira waktu itu dengan ASEAN ya, Bu Dr. Eri ya. ASEAN ada Universitas Brawijaya, Erlangga dan Untan yang bisa jadi finalis ya. Saya kira ini menjadi pendorong bagi kita semua bahwa sebetulnya kita walaupun terletak di kawasan Borneo, kita bisa bersaing mudah-mudahan dengan siswa-mahasiswa lain di seluruh Indonesia. Dan merupakan kesempatan yang baik pula karena kita berbatasan langsung dengan negara Malaysia dan negara Singapura ya, yang tidak jauh letaknya dari kita. Yang tentunya kita tahu bahwa negara-negara ini, Brunei juga memiliki keunggulan-keunggulan tertentu di bidang kesehatan dan kedokteran. Dan ini tentunya harus kita manfaatkan, apalagi tadi kita sudah di Provinsi Kalimantan Timur ya, sudah ditetapkan sebagai ibu kota negara, sehingga mau tidak mau kita harus terpacu untuk meningkatkan kemampuan bidang akademik maupun di bidang lain. Saya secara pribadi berharap nanti kita bisa terhubung, ya Bapak Ibu Dekan ya, para dekan. Kita bisa terhubung mungkin berapa tahun kemudian, berapa tahun, 5-10 tahun, oleh suatu sistem transportasi ya. Intra Kalimantan itu sendiri ya, walaupun sekarang sudah ada jalan Trans Kalimantan, tetapi masih butuh waktu yang sangat lama untuk kita bisa berkunjung ke satu tempat-tempat lain. Kita berharap ada satu sistem transportasi seperti kereta api yang terhubung dari semua kota di Kalimantan ini, sehingga itu akan memacu percepatan proses pendidikan kita itu sendiri supaya lebih baik dan kita berkontribusi bagi pembangunan. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih pada para dekan atas dukungannya, para mahasiswa dan para dosen, serta Prof. Cheng Wiming, again Prof, for your session and for your support. Izinkan kami dari Fakultas Kedokteran Sanyapura dengan mengucap basmalah membuka kegiatan ini secara resmi. Dengan mengucap basmalah, maka kegiatan Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022 dibuka secara resmi, officially. Thank you. Selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Baiklah, dengan ini maka IKPQ 2022 secara resmi telah dibuka.
Selanjutnya, an opening speech from the Honorable Professor of Malaya University and also the Master Quiz of Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz, Professor Dr. Cheng Huiming, PhD. For Prof. Cheng, the time and Zoom is yours.
Good morning from Kuala Lumpur. First of all, can my sound be heard? Is it okay? Okay, good. Yeah, so I'm very happy this morning to be able to be part of this event in Kalimantan. I have never been to Kalimantan, but of course I've been to East Malaysia. We are neighbors. East Sabah and Sarawak shares the same border with Kalimantan. So this idea of a quiz for the 4 medical schools in Kalimantan was actually talked about pre-COVID years, maybe 2019. And so this was an idea that was discussed with my colleague, Dr. Mitra, in Tanjung Pura, and also I met Professor Asruddin and also mentioned to him. But of course, as Prof. Asrul said, Kalimantan is a very big land, and traveling is difficult and it's a little bit expensive too. So there were logistics problem in trying to do a quiz physically during the pre-COVID days. So, but since more than 1 year now, where everybody has been forced to meet online, so in a sense, thanks to COVID, thanks to Corona, so we were able to think outside the box. And so now today we are here with this milestone event, I think, in Kalimantan, for the 4 medical schools. Everybody can log in from wherever they are comfortably. And I'm sitting here in my living room. Yeah, so thank you for the support of all the deans. They're all very supportive for this idea so that we could actually get organized quite quickly. And also the committee members headed by Mr. Dewa they were very efficient in the midst of their busy exams. So we basically had our first official meeting only in December. Yeah, that's right, somewhere middle of December. But all the student committee, they were very enthusiastic. They were able to make time, and we met several times. But and they were very organized actually. So it was a more complex quiz. But I told Mr. Dewa that we will have to simplify this for this first event and leave his impressive template for maybe the future event. Yeah. So I had the chance to meet the team members, the participants, as well as the committee members even before today, because I wanted to at least see some familiar faces, and hopefully the competitors, by seeing me before the quiz, will also feel a bit more comfortable today. So it was nice to meet the team members, the 4 teams from each of the medical school. Palangka Raya has sent 3. So we have a total of 15 teams competing today in this pioneer event. So so I look forward to a memorable time, and I think the committee is hopefully will come up with a electronic program book with all the team members so that there can be a permanent record and archive of this first event in Kalimantan. So, so as I said, in the last year, many countries, at least five countries, have started their own online physiology quiz. This is because the annual mega event in Kuala Lumpur could not be held. So other countries have taken on the initiative to start their own national quiz. Japan, Pakistan, Australia, Philippines, and in September last year, Indonesia National Physiology Quiz was hosted in Airlangga in September. And they had 70 teams last September. But because Indonesia is such a huge country, so it's not possible to include everybody, even in an online quiz. So we thought that it would be good to try to have regional quiz. And so this event today, where we just have 4 medical school in Kalimantan, having this quiz, I think is quite an excellent initiative for all of you. So I congratulate the students again, and thank the dean again for their support. And we look forward to a good time in the next few hours. So thank you very much for making this event possible. So I pass the time back to the MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you, Prof. Next is the documentation session. For the documentation team, time and Zoom is yours.
Okay, I will lead the documentation for today. So maybe you can show your biggest great smile for the first slide. I will count 1, 2, and 3. Okay, the second slide, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, third slide, 1, 2, and 3. And the fourth slide, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, okay, do you want another more documentation or another style maybe? Okay, once more. Okay, once more. Dia bebas. 1, 2, 3. Slide. Second slide. 1, 2, 3. third slide, 1, 2, 3. And fourth slide, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you, Kak.
Okay, thank you, Dewa. For the next session is Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022. So before we start the competition, I'm going to read the rules for preliminary round. The committee may start sharing the PowerPoint of the rules. Okay, thank you. Untuk babak penyisihan ini, untuk sistem pengerjaan soal, pada babak penyisihan, pengerjaan soal dilakukan secara online melalui Zoom meeting dan diikuti oleh seluruh peserta yang telah mendaftar. Sebelum perlombaan dimulai, seluruh peserta diharuskan menyediakan media tulis berupa kertas atau papan tulis kecil untuk menulis kata atau pilihan opsi jawaban. Semua tim akan dibagi ke dalam 4 grup penyisihan yang masing-masing grup terdiri atas 3-4 tim. Bagi seluruh peserta diwajibkan untuk memasuki Zoom meeting. Peserta yang mendapat giliran menjawab soal diharuskan untuk menyalakan kamera dan mikrofon pada Zoom meeting. Kemudian Zoom meeting utama diletakkan di depan peserta. Seluruh anggota kelompok dapat melihat soal serta pilihan jawaban pada Zoom meeting yang dibagikan layar oleh panitia. Soal akan dibacakan atau diberikan kepada setiap peserta. Setiap peserta mendapat 2 buah soal. Soal akan dibacakan langsung oleh master quiz kita, yaitu Prof. Cheng Huining PhD. Setiap soal akan diberikan waktu 30 detik untuk peserta menentukan jawaban sampai menuliskan pilihan opsi jawaban. 30 detik terhitung sejak soal selesai dibacakan sebanyak 1 kali. Selanjutnya, setiap tim dapat menjawab dengan menuliskan jawaban atau pilihan opsi jawaban pada media tulis dan menunjukkan media tulisnya pada kamera. Apabila waktu telah habis dan peserta tidak sempat memperlihatkan jawaban atau pilihan opsi jawaban, maka tim tersebut dianggap tidak menjawab. Semua tim tidak diperbolehkan untuk berdiskusi pada device lain menggunakan media apapun dan tidak diperkenankan pada tempat yang memungkinkan untuk dapat berdiskusi secara langsung. Apabila peserta terkeluar dari Zoom meeting, maka peserta wajib untuk melapor kepada LO dengan menyertakan bukti tangkapan layar atau foto yang menunjukkan peserta sedang mengalami gangguan. Waktu maksimal peserta terkeluar dari Zoom meeting adalah 3 menit. Selanjutnya, untuk sistem penilaian pada babak penyisihan, poin benar +1, poin salah 0, tidak menjawab 0. Sebagai catatan, 2 tim dengan nilai tertinggi dari setiap grup penyisihan akan langsung lolos ke babak semifinal. Jika terdapat lebih dari 1 tim dengan total nilai yang sama dan nilai tersebut layak untuk masuk ke tahap selanjutnya, maka seluruh tim tersebut dapat masuk ke tahap selanjutnya. Mungkin slide selanjutnya untuk catatan tambahan. Kemudian catatan tambahan, para peserta dilarang untuk menggunakan virtual background selama kompetisi dan pastikan untuk menggunakan spidol untuk menulis jawaban. Pastikan jawaban ditulis dengan huruf kapital dan ukurannya sebesar mungkin agar mudah dibaca. Pastikan mirror kamera diatur sebelum kompetisi. Kemudian pada babak ini dan seterusnya tidak ada sistem minus. Kemudian pastikan jaringan stabil dan device tidak ada gangguan. Username Zoom adalah nama institusi, kemudian nomor tim, kemudian di sini adalah nama pesertanya, peserta A, B atau C, underscore, kemudian nama lengkap. Kemudian tim 1 nanti masuknya ke breakout room 1, tim 2 ke breakout room 2, dan seterusnya. Okay. Maybe that's all the rules. As all of you have already known, for preliminary round, all the teams are divided into 4 sessions, and I believe the committee has shared the file regarding which team in which sessions. So, for the teams in first session may stay in the main room, while the other teams may proceed to the breakout room. Thank you. mungkin kepada para peserta yang tidak di sesi 1 bisa masuk ke breakout room-nya masing-masing. Okay, for the first session, we have Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Team 1 with Jonathan Davin Anggara as participant A, Muhammad Fatan Kamil Takyudin as participant B, and Aurin Widyananda Sindunata as participant C. And then we have, for the second team, we have Universitas Mula Warman with Muhammad Reza Pahlevi as participant A, and then Nainingsih Indar Zakiyati as participant B, and Yahya Indra Wijaya Asihanto as participant C. Okay, for the third team, we have Universitas Palangkaraya with Salsabila Rifan Pangestu as participant A, Muhammad Revo Andaluzio Sazli as participant B, and Maria Manda Zahmi as participant C. And then for the fourth team, we have Universitas Tanjung Pura with Heru as participant A, Vanessa Florencio as participant B, and Rini Francisca as participant C. Okay, maybe that's all for me. I will lend the preliminary round to Prof. Cheng. For Prof. Cheng, you may start taking the lead for the competition. Time and Zoom is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I assume the sound is good. So if there's any problem, please let me know. Yeah, so so now we are only looking at 4 students, the 1A, the A students. So each students will be asked 2 questions, and then they are just to remind them to write big your answers. So as I mentioned to the teams previously when I met them, most of the questions are single best answer because of the online format. We try to avoid sound problem. So you basically need to write A, B, C, D. So write big, and there's plenty of time to read the question. Questions will be shown on the PowerPoint, and then there will be a 30-second clock. And I think at the end of the 30-second, is the timekeeper going to say the time is up, or are you going to do both? Gracia?
I'm going to say time is up.
Okay, good. Okay, so this is so verbally you hear the time is up. So once you hear the time is up, immediately show your answer. Don't write anymore because there's not much to write. A, B, C, D. Try to write within that 30 seconds. I will read the question twice slowly. You can see the PowerPoint slide, and then immediately show the answer. Okay, and then I will. I think what I'll do is that I will first give the answer, and then I will do a little bit of explanation, very brief, why that is an expected answer, so that as the dean or the 4 deans mentioned, so that this event can also be a learning experience. It's not just for competition. Okay. So, and just to I was listening to the rules because we had to keep changing the rules slightly in order to make sure that this virtual competition proceeds smoothly. Just want to make one editing, which Mr. Dewa will remember. Initially, we said from each of the quarterfinals, we will have 2 winning teams, so which will make 8. But we wanted to avoid the problem of having ties, because if you have, let's say, this quarterfinals, all of you have the same score, then we will have a bit of a problem trying to prolong the quiz. You know what I mean? Let's say all of you have the same score, and then we will have to ask further questions and things like that, which will be quite quite difficult to organize. So the change of the rules is that after all the quarterfinals, quarterfinal 1, quarterfinal 2, quarterfinal 3, quarterfinal 4, then we will pick the best 8 scores. Okay, so that will be easier. And when we pick the 8 best scores after all the quarterfinals, should there be a tie still between the 8 and the 9 team, for example, then both teams will go to the semifinals. So we can adjust that way. So that will be easier to organize. Okay, and even if there are 8, 9, 10 have the same score, let's say, it can happen, then 10 teams will go to semifinals. Okay, and then we can adjust the semifinals. Okay, so so this will be, I think, easier to avoid the situation that there are ties within each quarterfinals. Okay, yeah. So we had some practice question already during the rehearsal, which was quite well done. We asked question like, what is the capital of Kuala Lumpur? We also asked question like, what is the quizmaster's favorite drink? And some of you identify that as coffee. Yeah, okay. So if you are ready, I will start with the first question. Once I show the slide, I will read it twice, and then I will say that the time starts now, and Gracia will start the clock for 30 seconds. And I think you can see her, so you can see when so by 20 seconds, 25 seconds, you should write the answer. So as I said, some questions have just 1 word, 2 word, not very long answer, but most of the questions are just A, B, C, D. Okay, right? So let's see. I hope this works because I'm controlling it from this side. Let's see. I hope. Okay, can you see this? All can see? Yeah, okay. So I really like the logo, Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz. Yeah, so here you are. Yeah, so I thought maybe just today I thought that maybe if the committee has time and have some funds, you could think about making a T-shirt to make this a memorable event. T-shirt and yeah, so and maybe yeah. So anyway, this is an idea. So so of course the way we've done this is that you're all in the main room because we wanted to spotlight the 4 of you. So that can only be done in the main room. So here you are, okay? So if you're ready, we start the competition with the first question and then the second question to A students, 4 of you, okay? So write big and put your answers to the camera, okay? So here we go. Okay, ready? What is the osmolarity of a solution mixture containing 0.1 molar calcium chloride and 0.1 molar glucose? I repeat, what is the osmolarity of a solution mixture containing 0.1 molar calcium chloride and 0.1 molar glucose? The time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the
Okay.
answer to the camera.
Okay, you have to show your answer immediately or else you might be penalized. Okay, you have to show your answer to the camera straight away, yeah, because we don't want you to continue writing. Okay, so yeah, it's, okay, let's look at it. Okay. Okay, let me go one at a time and tell you whether, okay, don't keep it up to the camera, okay? So Untan is 0.01, okay? And then Unmul, the light is behind you, I can't see. Yeah, I really can't see. Did you write anything? Mullah Waman, did you write any answer? Because I can't see anything on the paper. Can you answer, please? Sorry, it's very soft. No answer, is that correct?
Yes, yes,
Can you speak louder?
yes, yes,
Yes. No, there's no answer. Huh?
yes, yes.
Okay, so Umu, there's no answer. And then UPR, can you center it? What is sodium chloride? You need a value. And then the last one is 0.4. Okay, so the answer we want is 0.4 is correct, okay? 0.4 is correct, or 400 milliosmol per liter. So can you keep your answer up so that the ones who are taking the marks can know who you are from? So the team with the answer 0.4 is the only correct team, okay? The rest are no marks. So the only marks is given to the team with 0.4, okay? So the one in charge of scoring, if you're comfortable with that. So let me just explain. So basically the calcium chloride dissociate into 3 parts, calcium and 2 chloride. And the glucose, of course, you don't dissociate that into glu and cose, okay? It's just glucose. So basically there are 4 parts. And so you just basically 0.1 molar will give you 0.3. And since glucose remains undissociated, it is 0.1. So 0.3 plus 0.1 is just 0.4. Okay? So, right. Okay. Okay, we've done with that. So question 2 for the A student. This is a question. The main determinant of vascular resistance in the blood supply to the oral cavity is blood flow velocity, length of the blood vessel, viscosity of blood, and radius of blood vessel. The main determinant of vascular resistance in the blood supply to the oral cavity is blood flow velocity, length of blood vessel, viscosity of blood, or the radius of blood vessel. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the
Okay.
camera.
Quickly show to the camera. Okay, so Untan is D, 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 D. Okay, very good. All the teams have got the correct answer. Is the radius. That's right. Okay, yeah, it's the radius. Very good. Okay, all teams have got their marks for this question. Okay, so now A students have completed the first 2 questions. There are 6 questions every quarterfinals. So now they will now spotlight the B students of every team. Yep. I should just also mention that we have 2 distinguished colleagues who are helping us to just monitor the quiz, and Dr. Eri from Tanjung Pura, as well as Dr. Donna from Palangkaraya. So they're there in the background, but they are doing a very important, responsible task to make sure that everything is done properly. And yeah, okay, right. So are we here? Okay, so the B students are all here. So welcome to the quiz. Good to meet again. So if you are comfortable, we can go to question 3 and question 4 for the B students. Okay, question 3, here we go. Which partial pressure of carbon dioxide value at the following sites are correct? Alveolar air, 46, pulmonary arterial blood, 46, right ventricular blood, 40, anatomical dead space air, 20 millimeter mercury. I repeat, which partial pressure of carbon dioxide values at the following sites are correct? Alveolar air, 46, pulmonary arterial blood, 46, right ventricular blood, 40, or anatomical dead space air, 20 millimeter mercury. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the
Okay,
camera.
right. Okay, so what is this? UPR B is correct. Palangkaraya is correct. ULM B is correct. Unmul A is not correct, and Untan B is correct. Okay, so the pulmonary arterial blood is basically still deoxygenated blood pumped from the right ventricle. So the value 46 is the one we want. Okay, B. Okay, all right. So now the fourth question is just one or two words instead of a single best answer. And there is time to write the 2 words, okay? 2 or 3 words, okay? So plenty of time. So, and write big, huh? Write big so that we can read your handwriting, okay? So question 4 to the B student, this is the question. Name the active pump on the basolateral membrane of the renal tubular epithelial cells that is stimulated by parathyroid hormone. Name the active pump on the basolateral membrane of the renal tubular epithelial cells that is stimulated by the parathyroid hormone. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, that's good. Right. Okay. Yeah, okay, we start with UPR. Nephron is wrong. Okay, UPR nephron is wrong. ULM, sodium potassium ATPase, is also incorrect. And then Unmul, can you put closer to the camera? Unmul is calcium. What is SR? Okay, calcium SR pump. Answer is also wrong. Unmul is wrong. And then Untan, Tanjung Pura, sodium potassium ATPase, answer is also wrong. So none of the teams has any points here. So now the parathyroid hormone is obviously involved in calcium homeostasis. So Unmul almost got it correct. It is related to calcium, but it's actually the calcium ATPase. Calcium ATPase. Okay, that's the answer we want. Calcium ATPase. Okay, so that completes the B students. So now we will spotlight the C students of the 4 teams for the 5th and the 6th question. Yeah. So what we will do at the end of this quarterfinals, we will just show the scores of the teams, but the final result will only be decided after all the quarterfinals. Okay, just for the audience who are watching this, maybe on live YouTube, so that they can follow the competition. We will just show the scores of the 4 teams, but wait for the end of the quarterfinals. We will pick the top 8. There may be a tie. There may not be a tie. Okay. So here we are, all the C students. Welcome to the competition. 1C, 2C, 2C. Okay, right. Already. So this words. Okay. Question 5 for you, 1 or 2 words. So write big on the paper. So if you are ready, here we go. Question 5. Name the paracrine in the empty stomach that produce the change in gastrin blood levels. I repeat, name the paracrine in the empty stomach that produce the change in the gastrin blood levels. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, great. So one at a time. Unmul ECL is incorrect. ULN GI hormone is incorrect. UPR G cells also incorrect. And the last team renin is also incorrect. Okay, so you can put it down. So none of the teams have any points here. So the if you think about empty stomach, it obviously means during between the meals, interdigestive period, or maybe even during fasting. So that means that the gastrin level is low, right? Is low. Now, what we want is the paracrine. So I think you will remember from your lecture, I'm sure, that there is an important paracrine, local tissue hormone, that is one of the main control for gastrin level. And the answer we want is actually the paracrine somatostatin from the stomach. Okay, somatostatin is an important paracrine that controls gastrin level. Okay, right. So now we are on the 6th question. So you'll be happy that this is a single best answer. So you just write A, B, C, or D. Okay. So this is the last question for this quarterfinal 1. 6th question for you all. So here we are. The postsynaptic potential changes can be produced by calcium influx that hyperpolarizes, anion influx that depolarizes, reduce potassium efflux which depolarizes, or increase potassium efflux which depolarizes. I repeat, the postsynaptic potential changes can be produced by cation influx that hyperpolarizes, anion influx that depolarizes, reduce potassium efflux which depolarizes, or increase potassium efflux which depolarizes. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, so we start with Unmul. D is incorrect. Okay, keep it up. ULM B is incorrect. UPR D is incorrect. Tanjung Pura C, yeah, C is the correct answer. So Tanjung Pura has the correct answer. Okay, Untan C is correct. So potassium is a cation, mainly the major electrolyte in the cell. So if you reduce the cation potassium efflux, that actually will produce a depolarization. Okay, makes the inside less negative or more positive. Okay, so this completes the quarterfinal one. So it has proceeded quite smoothly. Thank you for your participation. And before we move to the quarterfinals two, maybe if the organizer can show us the scores for the audience to see at this point, and then we will proceed with the quarterfinals two. Yeah. Thank you for your participation. Yeah. So I should stop. Sorry, I should stop share screen here. Okay.
Okay, Prof. For the score, OLM with the 3 points, Unmul with 1 point, UPR with 2 points, and Untan with 3 points. Thank you.
Okay. Could you read that again so that we can hear it again?
Okay, for the scores, ULM is 3 points, Unmul with 1 point, UPR with 2 points, and Untan with 3 points.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Now I'm trying to, I'm not very good, trying to exit the PowerPoint slide so that I can put on the next. Now, how do I do this? Oh, okay, there you are. Okay. So I should close this. Oh, sorry, I think I may have closed everything. Let's see. Okay, let me upload the second quarterfinal. Okay, so let's just minimize this. Okay, so the committee can bring in the team 2, am I right? To the main room, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, so we have finished the first session. We're going to move to the second session. So all the teams in the first session may proceed to the breakout room 1, while all the teams in the second session may stay in the main room. Okay, so all the teams in the second session has already here. Okay, maybe that's all for me. Prof. Cheng, you can start taking the lead. Okay, so for the second session, we have Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Team 2 with Anissa as the participant A, and then Maulida as participant B, and Nur Anissa Humaira as participant C. For the second team, we have Universitas Mula Warman Team 2 with Rudi Saputra as participant A, Diza Azahra Safari as participant B, and Muhammad Hendarawan as participant C. For the third team, we have Universitas Palangkaraya with Anissa Hanum Daulay as participant A, and then Michael C. Motik Nayanggolan as participant B, and Novio Relamo Imbo as participant C. And the fourth team, we have Universitas Tanjung Pura with Kafar Ahmad Dhani as participant A, Fauzan as participant B, and Edmond Daniel Beltzazar as participant C. Okay, maybe that's all for me. I will lend the quarterfinal second session to Prof. Cheng. Prof. Cheng, you may start taking the lead. Time and Zoom is yours.
Okay, thank you. Right. So we will spotlight the team 2, the A students now. Okay. 2A, 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 2A. Okay, welcome to the competition again. Yep. So so things are very clear. So so you are team 2. So let me share screen. Yeah, just this is just so before COVID, when somebody asked me to give a talk using Zoom, I said, "What is Zoom?" But now everybody is using Zoom. But I'm still not very good at this. But I think so far so good. That's good. Let's just see quarterfinals 2. All right, I think I got it. Okay. Can you see this? Yep. Okay. So if you're ready, we will proceed to the first 2 questions for the A students. Right. So here we are. Which of the following has the greatest osmotic pressure at the glomerulus? Which of the following has the greatest osmotic pressure at the glomerulus? Red blood cells, sodium ions, albumin, or urea? Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, ULM. Sorry, ULM is your answer is not there. ULM, can you show it? ULM. Yeah. Oh, sorry. There's a lag. Huh? Okay. Yeah. Okay. ULM B is incorrect. Untan A is incorrect, and Unmul C, that's correct, albumin, and then the next team A is also incorrect. So Max, the only team correct is Unmul C, albumin. Okay, right. So just a very brief explanation. The glomerulus is just a capillary. Okay, so obviously we are thinking about the oncotic pressure at the glomerular capillary. So it has to be the plasma proteins. So the answer we want is albumin C. Okay. So next question, also from cardiovascular physiology for A students. So this is your question. The Starling's law of the heart or mechanism of the heart involves cardiac sympathetic nerve action, circulating adrenaline, or muscle length tension relationship, or changes in ejection fraction. I repeat, Starling's mechanism or law of the heart involves cardiac sympathetic nerve action, circulating adrenaline, muscle length tension relationship, or changes in ejection fraction. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, yeah, I can see your answer. Okay, so ULM, your answer is D. That's incorrect. The Unmul, Untan, and the other team, PKR, I think, your answer is C. The correct answer is C. So the other three teams have the answer. Okay, C is the answer. Muscle length tension relationship. Let me explain briefly. The Starling's law of the heart is described as an intrinsic mechanism. So when you see the word intrinsic, it means that it does not require any extrinsic input or factor. So the sympathetic nerve and the circulating hormones are both extrinsic factors. Okay, so the muscle length is the intrinsic muscle property of the myocardium. The changes in ejection fraction is due to nerve or the hormone. Okay, so whereas the intrinsic mechanism does not really affect the ejection fraction. Okay, so this is question 2. So now, thank you for your participation. Now we move to your colleague, the B students. We will spotlight the B students now for the third and the fourth question. Okay, right? Everybody is here. That's good. Umur, Untan. Okay, so everybody is here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So if you're ready, this is still a single best question from respiratory physiology, just to gear your mind, okay, from respiratory physiology. So this is your question. During exercise, the decreased pulmonary vascular resistance that supplies the greater pulmonary blood flow is due to decreased sympathetic vasoconstrictor activity or increased parasympathetic vasodilator activity or mechanical distension of pulmonary blood vessels or paracrine mediated vasodilation. I repeat, during exercise, the decreased pulmonary vascular resistance that supplies the greater pulmonary blood flow is due to decreased sympathetic vasoconstrictor activity, increased parasympathetic vasodilator activity, or mechanical distension of pulmonary blood vessel, or paracrine mediated vasodilation. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, so UPR is C, is it? Okay, so you see Umul is A, Untan is C, and last answer is B. Okay, so the two teams, hang on, put it up, put it up, put up your answer. Yeah, so let me announce which correct. Hey, hang on, your UPL, did you put A or C? Yeah, okay, so it's C, is it, or A? There are two letters there. Can you see? Okay, right. So the two teams with the correct answer, C is UPR and Untan. Okay, UPR and Untan. Okay, so let me explain. So the pulmonary vessels are relatively compliant, and the way the increased blood flow happens during exercise is because it is very compliant. So the change in the radius is basically a mechanical event. It's just the increase in pressure. It's not like in the systemic circulation where it's controlled by sympathetic mainly, sometimes parasympathetic. Okay, so it's just a basically there are two things happening: mechanical distension or mechanical recruitment of the pulmonary vessel. Okay, so answer we want is C. Okay, okay. Okay, question 4 is there are a few words you need to write. Okay, question 4. Now we want you not to write the abbreviation. You need to spell out the full name. Okay, so the answer we want is a hormone, obviously, but we want you to not write the short form. Okay, so don't write the short form, but give the full name. Okay, so the full name. Don't write just a few letters. The full name of the hormone must be given. Okay, so your question is question 4. Here's a question. So write the full name. Plenty of time to write. Just a few words. Name the hypothalamic hormone that is inhibited during lactation, and this can be viewed as providing a natural contraception. Name the hypothalamic hormone that is inhibited during lactation, and this can be viewed as providing a natural contraception. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, we need you to show immediately. Yeah. Okay, UPR, progesterone, and estrogen is not correct. Unmul, progesterone, there is not correct. Untan, estrogen hormone, also not correct. And the last one, I can't see. No answer. Is that no answer? Maulida, can you unmute?
Yes, I will answer.
Okay, no answer. Okay, so none of the teams have this question correct. So the hormone that we want is a hypothalamic hormone, meaning the hormone comes from the hypothalamus. So during lactation, the prolactin inhibits, I think you know this, the prolactin inhibits gonadotrophin releasing hormone, GnRH. So that actually acts as a natural contraception during when the mother is nursing the baby. Okay, so the answer we want is gonadotrophin releasing hormone. Okay, so that completes the B students. So we will now bring in your teammate C students for the 5th and the 6th question. Thank you for participating. Okay, all the C students are here. Welcome. Okay, if you are settled and ready. So the next question is also from endocrine and does require you to write 1 or 2 words. Okay, there's plenty of time. So this is your question. Name the hormone in the adrenal cortex that is not under significant hypothalamo-pituitary control. Name the hormone in the adrenal cortex that is not under significant hypothalamo-pituitary control. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. Up. Yep. Okay, we start from the first one. Adrenaline and erythropoietin unmo that's not correct. The second one, UPR, what is that? Can you put nearer? Copresol, that's not correct also. ULM, EPO, that's erythropoietin, not correct. And then the last one, is that no answer? Oh no, I see something. What is that? Oh, sorry, Untan is what? Yeah, I can't really read. What is that?
ACTH.
Oh, ACTH. Answer is also wrong. Okay, so none of the teams have this question. Now, in the adrenal cortex, you will know that it releases steroid hormones. And there are three groups. The cortisol, glucocorticoid, then you have the androgens, and you also have the mineralocorticoids. The main one is aldosterone. Of the three, the androgens and the glucocorticoids are under hypothalamo pituitary control, and the hormone from the pituitary is ACTH. But what we want is the hormone in the adrenal cortex. So the answer is aldosterone. Okay, the answer we want is aldosterone. Okay, so no marks for any of the teams for question 5. So we move to the last question in this second quarterfinals. This is back to single best answer. So if you're ready, team members, this is your 6th question for this second quarterfinal round. Okay. Inhibitory postsynaptic potential has characteristics that include less excitatory neurotransmitter release or less calcium influx to produce the presynaptic exocytosis, cannot be summated, or less excitable postsynaptic neuron. Inhibitory postsynaptic potential has characteristics that include less excitatory neurotransmitter release, less calcium influx to produce the presynaptic exocytosis, cannot be summated, or less excitable postsynaptic neuron. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, which your answer. So Unmul is D, and then UPR is B, and then ULM is B, and Untan is A. Okay, the correct answer is from Unmul, D. Okay, less excitable postsynaptic neuron. Okay, Unmul, only team to get the correct answer. So when you have an inhibitory postsynaptic potential, it makes the postsynaptic neuron hyperpolarized, so less excitable. Okay, the other three is not correct. Okay, so this completes the what do you call that? The quarterfinal 2 round. So thank you for your participation. Yeah, Unmu, you can put the answer now. Yeah. So thank you for your participation, and we will. We will sum up. We will not sum up. Sorry. We will move now to the third quarterfinal round, and I will try. Sorry, I should stop sharing screen here. Okay, and perhaps if the organizer can just announce the marks for this session while I try to upload the third set of slides. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you. Right. That's good. So this is yeah. So everybody can see it now. Okay, that's great. Okay, that's great.
Okay, for the score is ULM with 0 points, and then Unmul with 3 points, and then UPR with 2 points, and Untan with 2 points. Thank you.
Okay, right. Thank you. So, okay, let me try to bring up.
Okay, thank you, Alif and Prof. Cheng. Maybe before we move to the third session, all the teams in the second session may proceed to the breakout room 2, while all the teams in the third session may stay in the main room. Okay, so for the third session, we have Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Team 3 with Muhammad Fawaz Khan as participant A, and then Marcelino Febrian as participant B, Fahdianur as participant C. For the second team, we have Universitas Mula Warman with Muhammad Wahyu Al-Fajri as participant A, Pangeran Mangaraja Manalu as participant B, and Rizkullah Ramadan as participant C. For the third team, we have Universitas Palangkaraya with Vita Nadia Artika as participant A, Nurfitriani Novita Dewi as participant B, and Nabilatul Zafiroh as participant C. Okay, for the fourth team, we have Universitas Tanjung Pura with Belinda Felia as participant A, and Alvin Felix Pratama as participant B, and Irfan Levandi Maulana as participant C. Okay, maybe that's all for me. I will end the third station to the Prof. Cheng. Prof. Cheng, you may start taking the lead for the competition.
Okay, right. Thank you. Yeah, welcome to the third quarterfinals round. So everything is, I think, going on quite well. We're halfway through the quarterfinals. So let's share screen, the third set of slide. Okay, looks okay. Okay, right. So you can see this. Okay. Yeah. So the first, So the question is the single best answer. So first question, if you are ready, we will proceed. Which of the following promote capillary reabsorption in the jaw muscles? Which of the following promote capillary reabsorption in the jaw muscles? Tissue oncotic pressure, capillary hydrostatic pressure, tissue hydrostatic pressure, or the lymphatic flow. Your time starts now.
Anisat, please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, so we have ULM is B, UPR B, Unmul is C, and the last one I can't see. What is that? It's yeah, I can't see the letter. Is it A? A. Okay.
Yes,
yeah. Okay, we can see A. Okay. The correct answer. Wait. Keep it up. Yeah. For the scorer, the correct answer is tissue hydrostatic pressure. So only 1 mole with the answer C is correct. Okay, only 1 mole with the answer C is correct. So this is the only pressure that helps to return the fluid back into the capillary, or what is known as capillary reabsorption. Okay, so answer is C. Okay, so okay, we go to the second question. Still from cardiovascular physiology. Okay, so your question is, venous return is increased by lower mean systemic filling pressure, decrease in right atrial pressure, venodilation, or vasoconstriction of the arterioles. Venous return is increased by lower mean systemic filling pressure, decrease right atrial pressure, venodilation, or vasoconstriction of the arterioles. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, we have D, C, and B. Okay, so the correct answer is decrease right atrial pressure. So the only marks goes to Untan. B is the correct answer. Decrease right atrial pressure. Okay, so brief explanation. So venous return requires a pressure gradient, obviously. So if you reduce the right atrial pressure, the gradient for the blood flow back to the heart is better. So that is the only situation or correct answer. Okay, B, decrease right atrial pressure. Okay, so now we will spotlight your team members, the B members in this team for question 3 and question 4. Okay, right, that's good. Okay, welcome to the IKPQ 3B students. So we're ready. So we move to respiratory physiology, just to prime your brain. Respiratory physiology on lung volumes, okay? Lung volumes, okay? So here is a question 3. Which of the following lung volume relationship is correct? Tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume gives you vital capacity. Tidal volume plus expiratory reserve volume gives you the functional residual capacity, or tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume gives you the inspiratory capacity. And the last choice, inspiratory tidal volume is more than expiratory tidal volume. I repeat, which of the following lung volume relationship is correct? Tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume, or IRV, gives you VC, vital capacity. Tidal volume plus expiratory reserve volume, or ERV, gives you the FRC, functional residual capacity. Or tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume gives you the IC, or inspiratory capacity. Last one, inspiratory tidal volume is more than expiratory tidal volume. The time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. So we have okay. So Untan is C, Unmul is C, upside down C. Unmul is okay. UPR is D, and ULM is C. Okay. So the answer we want, the only correct answer here is C. Okay, C. So tidal volume plus inspiratory reserve volume gives you the inspiratory capacity. So except for UPR, the other three teams have the correct answer. Okay, now the next question has requires you to write one or two words. Okay, one or two words. So plenty of time to write. So fourth question to you, just one or two words to write. This is the question. Name the adrenal hormone that sensitizes blood vessels for optimal responsiveness to vasoactive hormones like angiotensin 2. Name the adrenal hormone that sensitizes blood vessels for optimal vasoresponsiveness to vasoactive hormones like angiotensin 2. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, we have untan, epinephrine, nitric oxide, renin, and aldosterone. So none of the answers are correct here. Okay, the answer we want is cortisol. Cortisol. The glucocorticoid prime or makes your blood vessel sensitive to any vasoactive agent. Okay, so that is the reason why in Cushing or Cushing syndrome, the person also tends to have high blood pressure because the blood vessels are more sensitive to vasoconstriction. Okay, so none of the teams have responded correctly. So now we move to the fifth and sixth question. So we will spotlight your teammates, the C students, for this third quarterfinal round. Okay, so we're all here. That's good. Right. So the next question is still from endocrine. Endocrine physiology is a single best answer. So you just need to think and choose the answer. Okay. So here you are. Your question, question 5. In Graft's disease, Graft is a person's name, a surgeon, English surgeon. Which of the PET parameters is found? Low T4 and low thyroid stimulating hormone or TSH, low T4 and high thyroid stimulating hormone, or high T4 and low thyrotrophin releasing hormone, TRH, or high T4 and high thyrotrophin releasing hormone. In Graft's disease, which of the PET parameters below is found? Low T4 and low TSH, low T4 and high TSH, or high T4 and low thyrotrophin releasing hormone, TRH, or high T4 and high TRH. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. Right. So we have Unmu C, Untan C, UPR D, and ULM is A. Okay. So the correct answer, keep the answer up, UPR, yeah. So the correct answer we want is given by Unmul and Untan C. Okay. Unmul and Untan has the correct answer. Okay. So let me explain briefly. Graft disease is hyperthyroidism caused by an autoantibody. It's a very interesting antibody that in this case stimulates the thyroid gland to produce more thyroid hormone. So it's either C or D. It's high thyroid hormone. Now, if you're high, then obviously because of feedback, you must have low TRH. Okay, so the answer we want is C, high T4, and the feedback produces the low thyrotrophin releasing hormone. Okay, so the last question in this third quarterfinal round is on neurophysiology, on the nerve. Okay, neurophysiology. So this is your question. Question 6. An action potential event in millisecond is powered by sodium potassium ATPase, is commonly generated by a single excitatory synapse, is due to passive cationic fluxes, or results in equilibration of sodium concentration across the axon membrane. An action potential event in milliseconds is powered by sodium potassium ATPase, is commonly generated by a single excitatory synapse, is due to passive cationic fluxes, or results in equilibration of sodium concentration across the axon membrane. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, you have Umur. Okay, D, Umur, Untan D, UPR D, and ULM D. Okay, so none of the answers are correct. The answer that we want is actually C, which might surprise you, is due to passive cationic fluxes. So this is the action potential in that millisecond. It is due to passive sodium influx and then passive potassium efflux. That millisecond event. Okay, so so the answer we want is actually C, passive cationic influx. Okay, so so none of the teams have got the right answer. So this completes the quarterfinal, third quarterfinal, and we will move soon to the fourth and last quarterfinal. And before that, maybe the committee can show us the scores for this round.
Okay, Prof, I will read the points.
Right, thank
So,
you.
okay, for ULM with 1 point, for Unmul with 1 point, for UPR with 0 points, and Untan with 3 points. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we can move to the last quarterfinal round before we will choose the top 8 scores, maybe 9 or maybe 10. It doesn't really matter. So let's focus on the 4th team now. I think there are only 3 teams in the last quarterfinal round because I think Palangka Raya only sends 3 teams. Yeah. Okay. Let's welcome them.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Okay, we have finished the third session, so all the teams in the third sessions may proceed to the breakout room 3, while all the teams in the fourth session may proceed to the main room.
Sorry, MC.
Yeah.
Ada ralat dikit.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Prof. I will read again for the points. There are some misconnection.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Okay, for the point is ULM with 1 point, Unmul with 3 points, UPR with 0 points, and Untan with 3 points. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. I think all the teams in the fourth session already in the main room. So for the fourth sessions, we have 3 teams. The first team we have Universitas Lambung Mangkurat Team 4 with Irfan Bagaskara Arya Triswardana as participant A, and then Najwa Ahda Sabila as participant B, and Shelly Maulidia Angelita Solihah as participant C. For the second team, we have Universitas Mula Warman with Laode Muhammad Sakau Muhajir as participant A, and then Alvina Mapalidara as participant B, and Kiki Jaya Pratama as participant C. And the third team, we have Universitas Tanjung Pura with Joan Parmen as participant A, and Khairul Ramadan as participant B, and Agus Salim as participant C. Okay, maybe that's all for me. I will end the fourth session to Prof. Cheng. For Prof. Cheng, you may start taking the lead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so welcome, 3 students. Yeah, so let me share screen now. Okay, can you see this? Yeah, this looks a little bit different because I have to add on some new questions to the bank of questions that I normally use. Okay, but anyway, so here we are. So are you ready, 3 students? So your first question is on transport. So this is your question. Question 1A. So this is there is a question. Okay, this is just to make sure that I don't have trigger finger. Okay, so in secondary active transport of amino acids at the intestinal epithelial cells, A, energy is needed at both the luminal and the basolateral membranes. Energy is used to maintain a cationic gradient. Amino acids are also transported paracellularly. Or D, both statements B and C are correct. I repeat, in the secondary active transport of amino acids at intestinal epithelial cells, energy is needed at both the luminal and the basolateral membranes. Energy is used to maintain a cationic gradient. Amino acids are also transported paracellularly, or both statements B and C are correct. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. B, and then what's the last one? ULM. Can you put it further away? D, yeah? Okay. So keep it up, ULM, keep the answer up. ULM, keep the answer up. Yeah, so that there's, okay, the answer that we want for this is B. Energy is used to maintain a cationic gradient. So Untan and Unmul is correct. Okay, Untan and Unmul is correct. Okay, so just by definition, if you call something secondary active transport, it means that the energy is used indirectly, and only at the basolateral membrane, you obviously have the sodium-potassium pump. And this gradient is obviously to maintain a sodium gradient. Sodium is a cation, okay? So the rest are not correct, okay? So B is the correct answer. Okay, so let's move to the second question on homeostasis. So this is your question. Question 2A, sorry. In homeostatic control of the following, which of the sensors for fluctuation in the parameters control is correctly located? Glucose sensors in the pancreatic acinar cells for glucose control, calcium sensors in the intestine for calcium balance, osmoreceptors in the kidneys for osmoregulation, or potassium sensors in the adrenal glands for potassium balance. In the homeostatic control of the following, which of the sensors for fluctuation in the parameters control is correctly located? Glucose sensors in the pancreatic acinar cells for glucose control, calcium sensors in the intestine for calcium balance, osmoreceptors in the kidney for osmoregulation, or potassium sensors in the adrenal glands for potassium balance. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, let's look at it. To the camera. So Umul is A, Untan is C, and ULM is D. The answer is D. Okay, so ULM, you have chosen the right answer. ULM is D. Okay, correct. Answer is the potassium sensors. Okay, so let me quickly run through. The glucose sensors are in the pancreatic beta cells, not the acinar cells. The calcium sensors are actually in the parathyroid gland itself. The ozone receptors, obviously, this may be more familiar in hypothalamus. And so the potassium sensors, although not commonly mentioned in the textbook, are the ones that is linked to the aldosterone secretion. Okay, so D is the correct answer. Okay, thank you for your participation. Let's move to your teammate, B students, for question 3 and 4. Okay, B students are all here. Yep, that's great. Okay, welcome to the competition. So if you're ready, I think the next slide is just empty. It just says 3, okay, 3B, okay. So your question is from endocrine. Yeah, well, I suppose it talks about 2 endocrine hormone. So it's a single best answer. So you just choose. So this is your question. In the target principal cells of the renal collecting ducts, the receptors for vasopressin and aldosterone are correctly located. Vasopressin at the luminal membrane, vasopressin at the basolateral membrane, aldosterone at the basolateral membrane, or aldosterone at the luminal membrane. In the target principal cells of the renal collecting ducts, the receptors for vasopressin and aldosterone are correctly located. Vasopressin receptors at the luminal membrane, vasopressin receptors at the basolateral membrane, aldosterone receptors at the basolateral membrane, or aldosterone receptors at the luminal membrane. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, we have 3 different answers. ULM is B, Unmul is D, and Untan is A. So the correct answer is by ULM, which is B. Okay, B. Okay, B is correct. ULM is correct. This is because vasopressin is a small amino acid, so the receptors are on the basolateral membrane after it leaves the capillary, whereas aldosterone is a steroid hormone. It enters the cell, so the receptors are intracellular. Okay, so the answer we want is vasopressin at the basolateral membrane. Answer is B. Okay. Okay, we move on to the next question, and so this question is on pH physiology. So let's question 4. Okay, so you ready? pH physiology. So this is your question. pH physiology. Bicarbonate is a main buffer inside red blood cells, in renal tubular fluid, in interstitial fluid space, or both B and C are correct. Bicarbonate is a main buffer inside red blood cells, in renal tubular fluid, in interstitial fluid space, or both B and C are correct. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, we have C, C, and D. Okay, so the correct answer is C in interstitial fluid space. Keep it up. So ULM is correct and Unmul is correct. Okay, ULM is correct and Unmul is correct. Answer is C. Okay, so in the renal tubular fluid, the main buffer is your urinary phosphate and urinary ammonium. Okay, so answer is C in interstitial fluid space. The interstitial fluid space is actually part of extracellular fluid space. So it's the same major buffer. Okay. So which question are we now? We are in the last two questions, right? So so we move to your teammate, the C students, to complete our quarterfinal session. Okay. Okay, that's great. Okay. So this question requires you to write just a few words. Okay, just a few words to write. So write big so we can see. So this is your question. Okay, it's got a very short story. Okay, here we are. Okay, question 5. Your physiology lecturer just gave birth to her first baby. During delivery, feedback signals from the contracting uterus affect the secretion of a hormone from the brain. The question is, name the hormone and state if this is a negative or a positive feedback. Your physiology lecturer just gave birth to her first baby. During delivery, feedback signals from the contracting uterus affect the secretion of a hormone from the brain. Name the hormone and state if this is a negative or positive feedback. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. So ULM is oxytocin, positive feedback. Untan is oxytocin, positive feedback. And Unmul is oxytocin, positive feedback. All the teams are correct. Congratulations. Yeah, very good. Yeah, this neuroendocrine feedback from the stretch receptors in the uterus. Okay, that's great. Yep, so we are in our last question for the quarterfinals of the IKPQ. So this is a question, again, is a hormone question. So it's single best answer, so you just choose. Right, here we are, okay. So this is the last question. In the interdigestive period, the hormone profile below is correct. High ghrelin, low glucagon, or low ghrelin, sorry, spelling mistake, low glucagon, or high ghrelin, high glucagon, low gastrin, low glucagon. In the interdigestive period, the hormone profile below is correct. High ghrelin, low glucagon, or low ghrelin, low glucagon, or high ghrelin, high glucagon, or low gastrin, low glucagon. The time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, we have A, C, and C. So the answer ULM A is wrong. Okay, you Unmul, can you keep it to the camera? C. Okay, ULM A is wrong. Untan and Unmul, C is correct. C is the correct answer. Okay, C is correct. So when you have empty stomach, ghrelin stimulates appetite, so it has to be high ghrelin. And in the interdigestive period, this is a catabolic. This is a low energy situation, so glucagon will be released. So high ghrelin, high glucagon. Okay, C is the answer. So this completes our quarterfinals. So I leave the organizer to tell us which are the 8 teams, or maybe slightly more than 8, that will enter the semifinals, and leave them to organize the results. So please wait a little bit. Thank you for your participation.
Okay, Prof, I will announce the scores.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So for ULM with 4 points, Unmul with 4 points, and Untan with 3 points. Thank you, Prof.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Alex and Prof. Cheng. So before we move to the the announcement of the semifinalists, maybe the committee can tell all the teams in the breakout room to move to the main room, because we are going to announce the top 8 or maybe more, the semifinalists. Okay. Mungkin panitia yang lain bisa infokan ya ke tim-tim yang ada di breakout room untuk ke main room. Terima kasih. Okay, so we have finished the preliminary round, and finally we got the top 10 teams who will be going to the semi-final round. Okay, before I announce the top 10 teams, maybe the committee may start sharing the PowerPoint. Okay, so this is the top 10 teams. that are going to the semifinal round. So the first place we have FKULM Team 4, and the second place we have FK Unmul Team 4, and the third place we have FKULM Team 1, and for the fourth place we have FK Untan Team 1, and the fifth place we have FK Unmul Team 2, and these teams is going to be in the first session in the semifinal round. As all of you have already known that in the semifinal round, we divided all the teams into 2 sessions, and the top 5 teams here is going to be in the first session. Okay, for the teams who will be playing in the second session, we have in the 6th place we have FKULM Team 3, and for the 7th place we have FK Untan Team 3, and for the 8th place we have FK Untan Team 4, and the 9th place we have FK UPR Team 2, and the 10th place we have FK Untan Team 2. Okay, so congratulations for all the teams who will be going to the semifinal round, and all the teams that haven't passed to the semifinal round, don't be sad or discouraged, because to be able to participate here in today's competition as the delegate from your university is already a great thing. Okay, so the next thing is I'm going to read the rules before we start the semifinal round. So maybe the committee may start sharing the PowerPoint. Oh, ada Rangat ya? Okay, I'm sorry, there is an error. So for the 6th place is not FKULM Team 3, but the 6th place is FK Unmul Team 3. Okay, I'm sorry, yes. Okay, so I'm going to repeat it again for the second session. For the 6th place, we have FK Unmul Team 3. And for the 7th place, we have FK Untan Team 3. And for the 8th place, we have FK Untan Team 4. And for the 9th place, we have FK UPR Team 2. And for the 10th place, we have FK Untan Team 2. Okay. I'm sorry for the mistake we made. Okay, before we start the semifinal round, I'm going to read the rules. Okay, for the semifinal is similar to the preliminary round. Maybe the committee may start sharing the PowerPoint. Okay. For the semifinal, untuk sistem pengerjaan soal sendiri, sebelum perlombaan dimulai, setiap peserta diharuskan menyediakan media tulis berupa kertas atau papan tulis kecil untuk menulis pilihan opsi jawaban. Semua tim akan dibagi ke dalam 2 grup semifinal yang masing-masing grup terdiri atas minimal 4 tim. Seluruh peserta diwajibkan untuk memasuki Zoom meeting utama. Peserta lomba dapat melihat soal pada layar Zoom meeting utama yang dibagikan layar oleh panitia. Soal akan dibacakan atau diberikan kepada setiap peserta. Setiap peserta mendapat 2 buah soal. Soal akan dibacakan langsung oleh master quiz kita, yaitu Prof. Cheng. Kemudian setiap soal akan diberikan waktu 30 detik untuk peserta menentukan jawaban sampai menuliskan pilihan opsi jawaban. 30 detik terhitung sejak soal selesai dibacakan sebanyak 1 kali. Untuk menjawab, setiap peserta memperlihatkan media tulisnya beserta jawaban atau pilihan opsi jawaban pada kamera. Setiap tim dapat menjawab dengan menuliskan jawaban atau pilihan opsi jawaban pada media tulis, dan diperbolehkan untuk tidak menjawab dengan mengosongkan media tulisnya. Tim yang memilih untuk tidak menjawab tetap diwajibkan untuk menunjukkan media tulisnya ke kamera. Oke, next slide. Apabila waktu telah habis dan peserta tidak sempat memperlihatkan jawaban atau pilihan opsi jawaban, maka tim tersebut dianggap tidak menjawab. Semua tim tidak diperbolehkan untuk berdiskusi pada device lain menggunakan media apapun dan tidak diperkenankan pada tempat yang memungkinkan untuk dapat berdiskusi secara langsung. Apabila peserta terkeluar dari Zoom meeting, maka peserta wajib untuk melapor kepada LO dengan menyertakan bukti tangkapan layar atau foto yang menunjukkan peserta sedang mengalami gangguan. Waktu maksimal peserta terkeluar dari Zoom meeting adalah 3 menit. Untuk sistem penilaian, poin benar 1, poin salah 0, tidak menjawab 0. Sebagai tambahan, 4 tim dengan nilai tertinggi akan langsung lolos ke babak final. Jika terdapat nilai yang sama antar tim, maka dipilih tim dengan jumlah soal terjawab yang paling banyak. Okay, maybe that's all the rules for me. That's all the rules for the semifinal round. Okay, so before we start the first session of the semifinal round, all the teams in the first session may stay in the main room, while the second session may proceed to the breakout room 2. And all the team who's not playing in the semifinal round may proceed to the breakout room 3 or breakout room 4. Okay, maybe that's all for me. I will end the semifinal round to Prof. Cheng. For Prof. Cheng, you may start taking the lead. Thank you.
Okay. So, okay, let's we wait for the students to be spotlighted. Okay, while we are waiting for the, yeah, maybe let's wait for the first semi-finalists to be in. Okay, good. So we have 5 students for the first semi-final round here. Okay. So 1 has come in. We wait for 4 more. So we have a few tie scores. So we have slightly more semi-finalists. That's fine. So in the same way, we have decided to avoid the problems with tie score within each semi-final round. We will only announce the top 4 scores after the both semi-finals. So in case there's a tie for 5th place or even 6th, then all 6 will enter the final. Okay. So, but we will take the top 4 scores from these 2 semi-final rounds. So yeah. So this will simplify this online IKPQ. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4. One more, right? Am I right? The 5 students. Ah, great. Okay, everybody is here. So welcome ULM, Unmul, ULM, Untan, and Unmul. Okay, right. So so the rules are the same. So let me see if I got my slide. Oops, sorry. Got my slides ready. Share. Okay. Can you see this? Yep. Okay. Okay. So the first question is on muscle. It's a single best answer. So you just need to think about it and give your response. So same thing, you will get 2 questions, first question and second question. Okay. So here we go. The strength of your mastication muscle, that's the one that chews, is increased by increasing the amplitude of the action potential, recruiting more muscle fibers in each motor unit, or increasing the frequency of action potential in the alpha motor neurons, D, and increasing the circulating adrenaline level. The strength of your mastication muscles is increased by increasing the amplitude of the action potential, recruiting more muscle fibers in each motor unit, or increasing the frequency of action potential in the alpha motor neurons. D, increasing the circulating adrenaline level. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show answer to the camera.
Yeah, okay. So keep it to the camera. Keep it, Umu. Okay. Okay, Umul is C. Two Umul, sorry. You have C, B, C, B, B. Okay. So keep your answers up. Okay. So the correct answer is increasing the frequency of action potential in the alpha motor neuron. So Unmul 4A and ULM 1A is correct. Okay, Unmul 4A and ULM 1A is correct. Okay, so the action potential remains the same. So so the amplitude of action potential doesn't change. A is incorrect. All the muscle fibers in one motor unit is always recruited together. You recruit motor unit, you don't recruit muscle fibers in the motor unit. So C is correct. And chewing muscles is a skeletal muscle, so it's not affected by circulating adrenaline. So the answer should be C. Okay. So next question, question 2. Okay, are you ready? This is on body fluid. Second question on body fluid. Which changes to the extracellular fluid occur after donating blood at the dental hospital? Hypotonic contraction, hypertonic contraction, or isotonic contraction? Which changes to the extracellular fluid occur after donating blood at a dental hospital? Hypotonic contraction, hypertonic contraction, or isotonic contraction? Sorry, your time starts now. Yeah.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. So you have C, the Umu 2A, I can't see. Okay, C, 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 A, A. Okay. So the answer, keep your answer to the camera. ULM 4A, don't take it down. Don't take it down so that the Untan 1A. Okay, you must not take your paper down because you have to, so that to prevent the impression that you may be changing your answer. Okay, so you have to keep it up. Okay, so you have C, 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 A, A. So keep it up so that the one scoring the marks can know which university. Unmul 4A, C is correct. Unmul 2A, C is correct. ULM 1A is, sorry, ULM 1A, C is correct. ULM 4A is incorrect. And the last one, Untan, is it? 1A is incorrect. Okay, so it's an isotonic contraction because you are donating whole blood. So, so what remains behind is still isoosmotic or isotonic. Okay, so answer is isotonic contraction. Now you're wondering why the dental hospital is mentioned. This is just because some of these questions were used in a dental physiology quiz, but it doesn't matter. It can be a university hospital. Okay, yeah. So isotonic contraction, C is correct. So let's move on and spotlight your teammate, B students. Now, sorry, it's not B students. It's all mixed up now. I beg your pardon. Yeah, am I right? Oh, yeah, it is correct. It is correct. The B student here. Oh yeah, so it is still the B students. It's just okay. The 5 students, B students, 1, 2. Are you all here? Okay. Yeah, I think we're all here, right? Okay, we're all here. Let's begin. So the question 3 to you, also single best answer from cardiovascular physiology. This is your question. In the capillary microcirculation in the oral cavity, constriction of the arteriole will increase the capillary oncotic pressure, decrease the capillary hydrostatic pressure, or increase the interstitial hydrostatic pressure, or reduce the interstitial oncotic pressure. I repeat, in the capillary microcirculation in the oral cavity, constriction of the arteriole will increase the capillary hydrostatic pressure, decrease the capillary hydrostatic pressure, increase the interstitial hydrostatic pressure, or reduce the interstitial oncotic pressure. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, show your answer. So we have DAACA. Okay, the correct answer is actually decrease the capillary hydrostatic pressure, B. So none of the teams have got it correct. Okay, is decrease the capillary hydrostatic pressure. Small explanation, your capillaries are after or downstream from the arterioles. So if you constrict the arterioles, further downstream from the arterioles, the pressure will drop, and that is the capillary. If you are thinking about artery, the larger arteries, the pressure will increase. Okay, but here the question is, what happens in the capillary, which is further down from the arteriole? Okay, so the answer should be B, decrease the capillary hydrostatic pressure. So none of the teams have got that correct. So question 4 to you again, and this is from respiratory physiology, so you can switch your brain to respiratory function. Okay, here you are. At rest, if arterial blood is about 100% hemoglobin oxygen saturated, and the oxygen content is 20 ml per 100 ml of blood, the venous blood will have hemoglobin oxygen saturation of 40%, or the oxygen content is 10 ml of oxygen per 100 ml of blood, or C, the hemoglobin oxygen saturation is 75%, or the pH is more than 7.4. Let me repeat. At rest, if the arterial blood is about 100% saturated with hemoglobin oxygen, and the oxygen content is 20 ml per 100 ml of blood, the venous blood will have hemoglobin oxygen saturation of 40%. The oxygen content in venous blood is 10 ml oxygen per 100 ml, or hemoglobin oxygen saturation is 75%, and last choice, pH is more than 7.4. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, so we have A, B, A. Okay, the answer we want here, this is actually the resting state. So normally the resting cells only extract 25% of the saturation. So the answer we want is C actually. So none of the team has got it correct. So the venous blood is still 75% saturated with hemoglobin, even though the partial pressure is 40. Okay, so none of the teams have got the right answer. You can put it down now, yeah? Yeah. So interestingly, when you think about the word deoxygenated venous blood, it doesn't mean that you use a lot of the oxygen. There's still a lot of oxygen in venous deoxygenated blood. Saturation is still 75, although the partial pressure has dropped to 40. Okay, so none of the teams have got the points for this. So we move to the last two. The last two questions for the C students to complete the first semi-final round. Question 5 and 6. Okay, we are coming in. 4C, 4C. Are we all in? Yes. Okay, 4C. Yeah. Some are still. Okay. So we okay? So can I start? Yeah, I can't see this. Can I? Okay. So all the 4Cs are there. 4Cs are, yeah. Oh, sorry, 5 Cs. Yeah, all the 5 Cs are there. So okay, if all the 5 Cs are there, let's start with question 5. Okay, now question 5 is not a single best answer. It requires you to, you don't have to write a long answer. Just basically, in a few words, tell us your answer. Okay. Question 5. So question 5 requires you to write as big as you can. And this is your question. Okay, just a few words will do. A high protein meal stimulates insulin. State the essential physiologic reason why the high protein meal also stimulates glucagon. Okay, a high protein meal will stimulate insulin. State the essential physiologic reason why the high protein meal also stimulate glucagon. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. Right. You have to show your answer. Yeah, if there's no answer, you also show it. Okay, I just read it. Okay, I'll start with ULM4C. Can you show it? The body secretes both glucagon and insulin. Okay, you didn't give the explanation. So ULM4C is incorrect. ULM1C, increased circulating amino acid. Okay, ULM1C is also, there's no explanation given, also incorrect. UNMUL4C, is there no answer? I can't see anything. Am I right to say there's no answer? Yeah, okay. UNMUL4C,
Yes,
no,
sir.
okay, no answer, okay, no marks. And then the last, not last one. Can you straighten the paper? This one, sorry. Can you hold the other end of the paper? Because it's flying in the wind. Yeah, and put it in here because, what is it? Because, and then the higher up, because amino acid stimulated. No, that's not the reason. And then the last, that's not the reason. Last answer is what? Capacity of absorbed glucose. Okay, so none of the team has given the right answer. So let me explain. This is very important. See, if you have a high protein meal, it obviously stimulates insulin. But we also know that insulin will reduce the blood glucose. So there is a potential danger of hypoglycemia if you take a high protein meal, if nothing else compensates. So that is why glucagon, which has the opposite effect on blood glucose, counteract this potential danger, okay? So amino acid stimulate both insulin during a high protein meal and glucagon so that you do not have hypoglycemia, okay? So that's the important physiologic reason we want, okay? Okay, last question to round up this first semifinal is we go back to homeostasis, and this is a single best answer type. So you just think and choose. So here we are. This is a question. Which of the following is not a major homeostatic function of the kidneys? Blood pH regulation, normal hematocrit value, plasma glucose concentration, or sodium balance. Which of the following is not a major homeostatic function of the kidneys? Blood pH regulation, normal hematocrit value, plasma glucose concentration, or sodium balance. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Time is up. Okay. Your answer, please. I only see one person. Okay. I think we've lost the connection. ULM4A, are you still there? Let me see. Oh, sorry, it's all here. So the answer is D. Okay, D is incorrect. ULM4C is incorrect. Keep it up. ULM1C is incorrect. UNMUL4C. Hang on. UNMUL4C. Is that C? UNMUL4C. Okay, that's correct. C is the correct answer. And D, next one. Which team is that? D is incorrect. And there's one more, right? C. Okay, the answer is C. Yeah. So keep your answers up for the mark scorer. You UNMU2C, you got C is correct. The answer is plasma glucose concentration. Answer should be C. Okay, answer should be C. Okay, the blood pH is obviously correct. It's important. Hematocrit value, yes, because of erythropoietin. Sodium balance, definitely under renal control. The plasma glucose concentration is the role of the pancreas. Okay, the kidney, although it reabsorbs the glucose, that is not considered as homeostatic control. Okay, the homeostatic control requires glucose sensors in the pancreas. So this is okay. Answer is C. So two of the teams have got C. Then that is the correct answer. So this completes the first semi-final round. So the organizers can help us to announce in a short while the marks. We will not decide on the finalists yet, but just the marks for this round. Thank you for participating. Let me just... Okay.
Okay, Prof. So I will announce the scores. For the total scores for ULM is 2 points, UNMUL with 6 points, and ULM with 2 points, and UNTAN with 0 points, and UNMUL with 4 points.
Okay.
Thank you, Prof.
Right, thank you. So with that, we will move to the second semi-final group of 5 students. And then, and after this session, we will look at the top 4 scores. If there's a tie, we can move 5 finalists or even 6 finalists. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. So for all the teams in the first session, may proceed to the breakout room 1, while all the teams in the second session may proceed to the main room. Jadi untuk panitia bisa langsung tim-tim yang ada di breakout room 2 langsung disuruh ke main room ya. Terima kasih.
Okay, students are entering in. Welcome back. UNTAN 2A, UNMUL 3A, 3 more students. UNTAN 4A, 2 more. UPR 2A, welcome back.
Okay, for the second session, we have FK Unmul Team 3, and then FK Untan Team 3, FK Untan Team 4, FK UPR Team 2, and FK Untan Team 2. Okay, maybe that's all for me for the second session. Prof. Cheng, you may start taking the lead.
Okay, all the 5 students are here? They are? Oh yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, there are 4 students on my screen. Is there 5 students on your screen? Yeah, so one is, oh, sorry, it is 5, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so yeah, we are ready to begin. Yeah, okay, so so semi-final session 2. Let's hope my slides are okay. Okay. So can you see this? Okay, so yeah, so the first question is on muscle, single best answer. So just read the choices. Okay, let's start. The increased excitability of skeletal muscles is associated with raised critical firing threshold, more negative resting membrane potential, or hypocalcemia or hypokalemia. The increased excitability of skeletal muscle is associated with raised critical firing threshold, more negative resting membrane potential, or hypocalcemia or hypokalemia. Your time starts now.
The time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, let's have your answers. Everybody, please put it up. Okay, okay, Untan, sorry, Untan 3A, D is incorrect. Keep it up. Untan 2A, so okay, Untan 3A, D is not correct. Untan 2A, C is correct. UPR 2A, C is correct. And then I can't, so the scorer, please help me to decide. Untan 4A, C is correct. And then there's one more I can't see. Yeah, so the answer is C, hypocalcemia. Okay, hypokalemia actually makes it hyperpolarized. Okay, whereas hypocalcemia, the correct answer, C, tends to decrease the sodium influx. Tends to increase the sodium influx. That's why it's more excitable. Okay, so C is the correct answer. Okay, so the next question is just a simple, very simple, not very simple, but just a fairly straightforward calculation. You don't need calculator. Okay, so if you need a calculator, that means something wrong with the answer. You should know it. And okay, so this is you have plenty of time. So it's on body fluid. Okay, this is your question. So Dicky, a male dental student, weighs 60 kilogram. Which of the following represent his intracellular, extracellular body fluid distribution in liters? Okay, Dicky, a male dental student, weighs 60 kilogram. Which of the following will represent his intracellular, extracellular body fluid distribution in liters? Okay, A will be 40 liters, 20 liters, 50 liters, 10 liters, 24 liters, 12 liters, 12 liters, 24 liters. Your question, your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, the answer. So the okay, keep it up so that the marks can be scored. So the answer we want is so the total body water will be 36 because 60% of 60 kilogram. So it's either C or D. And so inside the cell is always twice the outside. So the answer we want should be 2412. So the correct answer is C. Okay, so keep it up so that the marks can be scored. Keep the answers up. So C is the correct answer. So Untan 2A is correct. And then I can't see the rest. Okay, answer is C, 2412. Twice as much water inside the cell compared to outside. Okay, C is the correct answer. Okay. Okay, so now we can move to the B students for question 3 and question 4. Okay, so question 3 and question 4. Question 3, so you can take a deep breath. This is a respiratory question. No, it's not. Sorry, it's not a respiratory question. Sorry, it's question 4 is a respiratory question. Sorry, this is a cardiovascular question. Okay, so are you ready? Single best answer. You just choose. Okay. So again, don't worry about dental student. This was used in a dental physiology quiz. So I just try to focus on the student. Okay. So this is a question 3. A dental student, sorry, should be student, ran a charity marathon for a cleft lip project. The increased coronary blood flow is due to A, increased vasodilator sympathetic action, B, increased vasodilator parasympathetic action, C, metabolite vasodilators, or D, mechanical stretch of the blood vessels due to the higher blood pressure. A dental student ran a charity marathon for a cleft lip project. The increased coronary blood flow is due to increased vasodilator sympathetic action, increased vasodilator parasympathetic action, metabolite vasodilators, or mechanical stretch of the blood vessels due to the higher blood pressure. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, please show your answer. You have to show your answer immediately. Okay, so sorry, I think it's my screen. Yeah. So the action of sympathetic is indirect. It doesn't directly vasodilate. It makes the heart pump harder, and then the heart, then because of increased metabolism, tends to produce more metabolite vasodilators, and that is the one that dilates. So the answer we want is metabolite vasodilators. Answer is C. So keep it up. Yeah, Untan 3B is incorrect. UPR is incorrect. UMU 3B is correct. And the next one, please help me to see. Yeah, okay. So the answer is C. Yeah, C. Okay. Yeah. Untan 4A, are you on the screen? It's black on my screen here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Answer we want is C. Okay. Metabolite vasodilators. And one of the main one that has been established is called adenosine. Okay. Adenosine. So, okay, if the mark scorer, I have done all that. So let's move to the 4th question for these B students. So this is your respiratory question that I mentioned. Okay, you have a respiratory question. So, okay, this is your question. In uncontrolled diabetes mellitus, the hyperventilation is due to stimulation of central chemoreceptors, stimulation of both central and peripheral chemoreceptors, or stimulation of the peripheral chemoreceptors by a low blood pH Or D, direct stimulation of the respiratory neurons in the brainstem. In uncontrolled diabetes mellitus, the observed hyperventilation is due to stimulation of central chemoreceptors, stimulation of both the central and peripheral chemoreceptors, stimulation of the peripheral chemoreceptors by a lower blood pH, or direct stimulation of the respiratory neurons in the brainstem. Okay, the time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. Oh, okay. So the answer is C. So I only see 4 students here. You help me to see the 5th students. Answer is C, because this is ketoacidosis. So the hydrogen ion obviously does not cross the blood-brain barrier, so cannot be both the central and peripheral. So it's the stimulation of the ketoacidosis at the peripheral chemoreceptors. Okay, answer is C. So the 4 teams here on my screen has got it correct. Please help me to see the other one. Okay. Okay. When now we go on to the what I call that, the 5th and 6th question to complete the semifinals. So the C students, we will spotlight you now. Okay, right, are we all here? Okay, this question does require you to write 1 or 2 words, or the most 3 words. Okay, 3 words. So it's a endocrine question. Okay, so write big and large so that we can read 1 or 2 words or 3 words, whatever. Okay. So this is your question. Question 5. Everybody in yet? Let's just check. All in? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So let's start with the question. Question 5. In ECF volume expansion, the secretion of a cardiac hormone from the heart is altered. 2 short answers. Name the hormone and the change, increase or decrease in the secretion of this hormone. In ECF volume expansion, the secretion of a cardiac hormone from the heart is altered, is changed. Name the hormone, short answer, and then state whether it is increased or decreased in this situation. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. So Untan AMP increase. Okay, that's correct. Untan 4 increase ANP, that's correct. Untan 2C increase just a bit further. Yeah, increase, that's correct. Okay, UPR, you only have the name of the hormone, but you didn't indicate whether it's increased or decreased, so we cannot accept the answer. Okay, so UPR, the answer is incomplete, so no marks. And then the 5th one, let me see whether I can find on the screen. Or the fifth one, Unmul 3C. Can you put it nearer the camera? Yeah, so again, your answer is incomplete. I only see A and P, but with no indication whether it's increased or decreased. So Unmul 3C, incomplete answer, there's no marks, okay? You have to say A and P, and then it's increased, okay? Thank you. Okay, we are in this last question of the semifinals, and then we will see which are the top 4 teams or 5 teams, or maybe even 6 if there's a tie, that will move into the finals. Okay, so ready for the last 6 semifinal question. So this is a question from renal physiology. Okay, when the kidneys compensate for respiratory acidosis, which of the following is not involved? Reduce urinary excretion of bicarbonate, decrease secretion of bicarbonate, increase reabsorption of bicarbonate, or increase urinary ammonium excretion. Okay, when the kidneys compensate for a respiratory acidosis, renal compensation, which of the following is not involved? Reduce urinary excretion of bicarbonate, decrease secretion of bicarbonate, increase reabsorption of bicarbonate, or increase urinary ammonium excretion. Your time starts now.
The time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, so sorry, let me. Okay, the correct answer is B, decrease secretion of bicarbonate, because normally we talk about either increase or decrease reabsorption of bicarbonate. Okay, so Untan 3C B is correct, Untan 4C B is correct, Untan 2C B is correct. Okay, and then the 2D from the other 2 teams not correct. Okay, answer is B, decrease secretion of bicarbonate. Okay, so that completes our semi-final for IKPQ. So let's leave it to the organizer to tell us who are the 4 finalists, or 5 if there's a tie, or maybe even 6. Okay, thank you for participating.
Okay, Prof, I will announce the score for Group 2. For UPR with 4 points, Untan with 10 points, Unmul with 4 points, and Untan with 6 points, and Untan with 6 points. Thank you, Prof.
Okay, thank you. So tell us, okay, so now you will let us know the 4 or 5 finalists. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So we have finished the semi-final round. So all the teams may have a little rest, grab some food and drink, and enjoy our webinar sessions in the main room before we announce which teams are going to the final round. So before we move to the webinar sessions, maybe Dewa want to say something to Prof. Cheng.
Okay, thank you. I already say something to the project.
Okay, right.
Yes, and for
Yeah.
the announcement, maybe we can announce it on the after the ISOMA, after the break session.
After the break, okay, right, yeah. So so Mr. Dewa told me that in order to give me a break, the talk by the Prodia staff will be done before mine. Yeah, so I will talk after the Prodia talk so that I can have a longer break before the finals of the IKPQ. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Oke, selanjutnya akan diambil alih oleh MC webinar kita kepada Saudari Balkis, dipersilakan.
Baik, terima kasih ke Saudari Ilma. Sebentar ya. Sebelum memulai webinar kita pada hari ini, dimohon kepada para peserta untuk bisa mengganti nama dengan format webinar _nama _asal instansi. Dan kepada para peserta yang sudah berada di dalam Zoom, bisa untuk melakukan registrasi terlebih dahulu dengan link yang telah diberikan oleh panitia di kolom komentar. Sekali lagi kepada peserta webinar untuk bisa mengganti nama dengan format webinar _nama _asal instansi. Dan untuk mengisi link presensi yang ada di kolom komentar. Baik, saya buka. Selamat siang, selamat datang di acara webinar Intra Kalimantan Physiology 2022. Izinkan saya untuk memperkenalkan diri. Saya Nur Maharani Balkis dari Fakultas Kedokteran Universitas Tanjung Pura, selaku Master of Ceremony pada acara webinar hari ini. Sebelum memasuki acara inti, alangkah baiknya kita membuka dengan membaca basmalah terlebih dahulu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Oke, baik. Pada sesi pertama ini kita akan mulai dengan tema Prodia in Research yang akan dipaparkan oleh narasumber kita, yaitu Ibu Triana. Ibu Rina Triana. Beliau merupakan Research Support Head di PT Prodia Widya Husada. Apakah Bu Rinanya sudah ada di dalam Zoom?
Ya,
halo Bu
Rina. Ada Ibu Nur Maharani.
Bagaimana kabarnya, Bu?
Sehat, semoga semuanya dalam keadaan sehat ya, Mbak.
Mungkin kepada Bu Rina, waktu dan tempat kami persilahkan.
Baik, terima kasih atas perkenalannya. Saya izin share screen terlebih dahulu. Oh, belum bisa ya? Apakah slide-nya sudah terlihat?
Sudah, Bu.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang kepada para peserta, Bapak Ibu dokter, kemudian Bapak Ibu mahasiswa. Terima kasih sekali pada kesempatannya kali ini Prodia saya wakilkan untuk dapat memperkenalkan layanan penelitian di Prodia yang disediakan oleh Prodia, dan juga nanti akan dipaparkan juga alat-alat dan metode yang ada di Prodia yang semuanya dapat dimanfaatkan untuk membantu riset teman-teman mahasiswa ataupun Bapak Ibu dokter yang akan meneliti untuk akademis maupun untuk publikasi. Baik, sebelumnya berbicara tentang penelitian tentunya tidak lepas dari biomarker ya, yang pasti sudah sangat diketahui oleh Bapak Ibu dokter semuanya. Sedikit mengulang mengenai biomarker, biomarker adalah suatu penanda biologis yang dapat diukur dari pemeriksaan laboratorium yang tentu saja menggambarkan aktivitas dari penyakit. Kemudian biomarker tersebut harus dapat merefleksikan kondisi tubuh baik secara fisiologis, farmakologis, maupun proses aktivitas penyakit. Sehingga dengan mengetahui biomarker tentunya dapat membantu menjelaskan proses-proses yang ada di dalam tubuh. Kemudian kenapa meneliti sebuah biomarker dan juga kaitannya dengan penyakit itu menjadi sangat menarik, karena seperti yang kita ketahui bahwa tubuh kita itu sangat kompleks yang terdiri dari berbagai macam molekul. Ada 100 triliun jumlah sel pada manusia, kemudian ada 6 miliar DNA base pair, kemudian ada 30.000 gen yang mengkode protein, kemudian ada 10 juta protein yang berbeda-beda di dalam tubuh kita, kemudian ada 2.000 protein yang berfungsi secara berbeda di dalam setiap sel kita, kemudian ada 60.000 reaksi per sel per menitnya, kemudian ada 100.000 molecular event, dan ada 50 dan lebih organ dan juga sistem organ di dalam tubuh kita. Di mana jika semuanya itu dihubungkan, maka mereka semua akan membentuk ikatan yang sangat kompleks satu sama lain. Dan hasil dari reaksi yang kompleks tersebut dapat menghasilkan suatu penyakit. Dan di sini kita lihat bahwa reaksi yang kompleks ini itu ada banyak gitu ya, sehingga ada banyak peluang untuk menemukan suatu biomarker yang baru, khususnya untuk riset-riset yang baru. Karena memang kita lihat tadi tubuh kita sangat kompleks dan ternyata hubungan-hubungannya itu terlebih lagi kompleksnya. Sehingga kita dapat lihat bahwa banyak sekali nih peluang kita untuk menemukan biomarker baru yang tentunya bermanfaat bagi perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan. Dan tentunya dalam suatu riset pun gitu ya, diharapkan dapat mencari novel atau kebaruan. Dan dari mana saja peluang-peluang untuk mencari novel dan kebaruan tersebut gitu. Misalnya yang pertama adalah peluang untuk mencari novel tersebut dapat diperoleh dari menemukan penanda yang baru. Misalnya sekarang yang sedang hype ya, banyak sekali peneliti-peneliti yang sedang hype tentang tema omics gitu ya. Jadi kita dapat melihat mencari peluang biomarker baru dari pemeriksaan-pemeriksaan omics, misalnya dari Mirna, kemudian dari circulating nucleic acid, kemudian dari pharmacogenetics ataupun dari metagenomic. Kemudian kita juga bisa melihat novelty dalam riset itu dari teknologi yang baru, yang ternyata lebih akurat, lebih applicable, ataupun lebih canggih. Dan sekarang banyak teknologi-teknologi baru yang lebih canggih, yang lebih akurat, yang sedang dikeluarkan. Seperti misalnya NGS, mass array, microarray, itu semuanya dapat meneliti genom, whole genome sequencing, ataupun banyak sekali targetnya hingga 450.000 gen, ataupun dengan ddPCR yang mempunyai sensitivitas yang lebih baik dibandingkan PCR yang biasa. Kemudian novelty yang lain adalah
izin masuk Bu, ini PPT-nya berhenti di slide pertama.
Oh iya, maaf ya, sebentar. Saya share ulang. Sudah terlihat?
Sudah.
Ya, saya lanjutkan ya. Untuk novelty yang lainnya adalah Misalnya kita menemukan peluang baru dari kasus-kasus baru yang dapat dilihat dengan mencari profil dengan biomarker yang telah lama pada kasus-kasus yang baru. Misalnya pada COVID-19 kita lihat profilingnya ya, sitokinnya seperti apa, kemudian kita bisa melihat saat ini pemeriksaan-pemeriksaan yang terbaru pada kasus-kasus yang baru seperti COVID-19. Kemudian ini juga kita bisa lihat terkait metodologi yang baru seperti misalnya melihat suatu biomarker dibandingkan antara metode yang di-circulating dengan yang tisu spesifik. Ini tentunya banyak sekali dimanfaatkan untuk pemeriksaan-pemeriksaan terkait cancer, di mana ini dapat membandingkan dan tentunya dapat dilihat mana yang lebih baik dan mana yang lebih non-invasif. Seperti misalnya yang telah established belakangan ini adalah EGFR. Jadi kita dapat melihat membandingkan EGFR di tisu, kemudian EGFR yang ada di circulating. Kemudian novelty yang lain adalah dapat dari aplikasi yang baru, misalnya dengan menggunakan berbagai macam marker-marker lama, kemudian dibuat aplikasi yang baru seperti misalnya dibentuk panel atau dibentuk perhitungan-perhitungan yang lain. Dan saat ini saya ingin memperkenalkan layanan penelitian yang ada di Prodia. Ini adalah pengalaman Prodia di bidang research. Jadi kami sudah dari sejak tahun 1991 sudah 31 tahun itu membantu para peneliti untuk menyediakan pemeriksaan-pemeriksaan untuk risetnya, kemudian informasi terkait risetnya dan juga informasi terkait metode, kemudian membantu mencarikan literatur dan sebagainya. Dan sejak tahun 91 hingga tahun 2021 Desember kemarin, kami sudah mengerjakan lebih dari 4.258 penelitian untuk tujuan akademis, kemudian untuk tujuan epidemiologi dan juga untuk tujuan publikasi. Kemudian saat ini kami juga sudah berkolaborasi dengan 43 institusi di bidang pendidikan dan juga penelitian. Dan kami juga telah mengerjakan lebih dari 520 jenis tes riset yang baru yang masih research use only ataupun LDT atau lab development test dengan berbagai macam variasi di bidang teknologi, kemudian variasi di bidang metode, dan juga dilengkapi oleh tenaga ahli, oleh saintis-saintis kami yang sangat berkomitmen untuk menyediakan kualitas yang excellent. Dan karena Prodia juga telah tersebar dari Sabang sampai Merauke, di total ada 259 outlet di 74 kota dan di 34 provinsi, sehingga hal ini dapat dijadikan peluang dan juga dapat dimanfaatkan oleh Bapak Ibu semuanya untuk riset multi-site gitu ya. Jadi apabila ada research yang multi-site dari Sabang sampai Merauke, dan ini semuanya bisa digunakan cabang-cabang yang ada di Prodia, karena kami sudah ada sebanyak 259 outlet. Dan apa saja layanan penelitian yang ada di Prodia? Yang pertama adalah menyediakan informasi tes-tes riset gitu ya. Jadi apabila Bapak Ibu itu ingin riset, kemudian biomarkernya adalah terkait pemeriksaan laboratorium, maka kami dapat membantu untuk menyediakan informasi terkait tes riset, baik tes-tes yang sudah dilakukan dikerjakan secara rutin oleh Prodia maupun tes-tes yang belum rutin dikerjakan oleh Prodia. Kemudian kami juga memprovide scientific literatur karena kami berlangganan dengan beberapa jurnal. Jadi apabila Bapak Ibu yang memang mungkin jurnalnya itu tidak open access gitu ya, itu bisa minta bantuan gitu kepada kami, kepada marketing kami yang ada di seluruh cabang untuk membukakan aksesnya gitu ya, karena mungkin saja kami memang berlangganan gitu, karena kami berlangganan dengan berbagai macam jurnal. Kemudian juga kami menyediakan informasi terkait penanganan sampel, kemudian terkait metode, kemudian terkait pemilihan teknologinya juga gitu ya. Terutama untuk penanganan sampel seperti informasi berapa banyak darah nih yang harus diambil untuk pemeriksaan ABCDE gitu ya, karena itu terkait dengan yang harus kita masukkan ke dalam komite etik gitu. Itu juga kami dapat berikan informasi tersebut. Kemudian kami juga dapat memfasilitasi pemeriksaan dengan menggunakan research use only ataupun lab development test reagen gitu. Jadi kami bisa mengimport, kami telah bekerja sama dengan berbagai macam vendor untuk dapat mengimport reagen-reagen yang RUO ataupun yang LDT gitu ya. Dan sampai di Prodia dengan selamat, dengan stabilitas yang baik gitu, dan nanti kami bantu kerjakan juga. Kemudian ini kami juga dapat membantu handling pengumpulan sampel dan juga penyimpanan riset sampel di minus 20 derajat ataupun minus 70 derajat dan 80 derajat Celcius ya di suhu beku, karena memang untuk tes-tes research use only atau LDT tes ini biasanya adalah dikerjakan secara pooling gitu. Jadi untuk stabilitas yang lebih lama memang harus disimpan di beku. Dan di seluruh cabang kami ini juga tersedia untuk penyimpanan sampel beku. Di seluruh cabang ada di minus 20 dan di lab riset di Jakarta itu sampai di minus 80 derajat Celcius. Kemudian untuk beberapa kasus, ini hanya tertentu, kami juga membantu untuk menginterpretasi dan juga melakukan analisis statistik. Hanya saja karena memang SDM yang masih terbatas, itu kami sendiri yang mengerjakan, jadi kami masih membatasi ya untuk menerima layanan ini. Kemudian yang terakhir adalah untuk publikasi. Jadi Prodia juga mempunyai suatu bagian yaitu PERI atau Prodia Education Research Institute yang mengelola jurnal INABC, Indonesian Biomedical Journal, yang sudah terakreditasi Scopus. Jadi Bapak Ibu yang sudah punya riset dan ingin publikasi untuk Scopus itu juga dapat memanfaatkan jurnal Indonesian Biomedical Journal. Dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang akan melakukan penelitian dengan pemeriksaan laboratorium yang sudah kami rutinkan, yang sudah kami kelola untuk banyak pasien gitu ya, itu biasanya untuk penelitian akan ada diskon khusus atau keringanan biaya khusus untuk penelitian. Namun untuk Bapak Ibu yang tesnya adalah tes RUO ataupun tes LDT yang belum dirutinkan oleh Prodia, belum dikerjakan setiap hari oleh Prodia, maka Bapak Ibu hanya akan membayar biaya reagennya saja, kemudian biaya consumable-nya, dan biaya penanganan sampelnya seperti biaya transportasi atau biaya cup atau tube sampel. Sedangkan karena kami berkomitmen untuk membantu penelitian di Indonesia, biaya jasa packing sampel, kemudian biaya jasa pengerjaan, pemeriksaan tes riset, kemudian biaya SDM, biaya lembur, biaya listrik, biaya sewa alat, dan juga biaya maintenance alat itu menjadi beban Prodia. Jadi Bapak Ibu tidak akan dibebankan biaya-biaya ini, memang hanya cukup untuk membayar biaya reagen, biaya bahan pembantu atau consumables-nya, dan juga transportasi dan cup-nya gitu ya untuk biaya tes riset. Dan sedangkan biaya yang lain itu menjadi tanggungan kami. Dan sebagai bagian dari visi Prodia yaitu sebagai Center of Excellence, kami menyediakan lab-lab yang dapat dimanfaatkan untuk penelitian. Yang pertama adalah lab rujukan atau Prodia National Reference Lab. Di lab rujukan ini dikerjakan semua pemeriksaan yang tidak dikerjakan di cabang gitu ya. Jadi apabila cabang itu tidak mengerjakan tapi sudah kami rutinkan, biasanya kami akan merujuk ke lab PNRL Lab ini yang ada di Jakarta. Kemudian kami juga dilengkapi oleh 6 specialty lab, yaitu lab riset, lab mass spectrometry, lab molecular diagnostic, lab imunologi, lab sitogenetik, dan juga lab patologi anatomi, yang semuanya alat dan metodenya dapat dimanfaatkan oleh Bapak Ibu untuk membantu risetnya. Nah, yang pertama adalah lab PRN gitu ya, untuk Pusat Rujukan Nasional. Di lab ini di Jakarta ini semuanya itu sudah terintegrasi dengan secara online dengan Lab Information Services atau LIS secara online. Jadi mulai dari customer database, dari mulai registrasi sampai ke hasil itu semuanya dikerjakan secara online. Dan dari satu work cell dia langsung terhubung dengan 7 alat sehingga memang sangat canggih, dan setiap harinya ini mengerjakan 24 jam sehari dengan lebih dari 500 tes rutin gitu. Dan di PRN ini juga satu-satunya lab sejak 2012 yang telah terakreditasi CAP atau College of American Pathologists, sehingga banyak sekali uji klinis yang dilakukan di lab ini, karena memang untuk uji klinis standar internasional itu memang harus terakreditasi CAP. Nah, ini adalah otomasi yang ada di lab PRN. Jadi memang dari satu work cell ini sangat canggih ya, semuanya itu terintegrasi secara online dan langsung dihubungkan dengan 7 alat sistematik ya, analytical system, yaitu 2 alat arsitek dan juga untuk clinical chemistry dan juga 5 arsitek untuk immunoassay. Jadi ini memang sangat banyak kapasitasnya dan dapat digunakan untuk semua jenis penelitian untuk tes-tes khusus yang dikerjakan di Prodia. Kemudian lab specialty lab yang lain adalah specialty lab imunologi. Untuk specialty lab imunologi di sini kami memiliki alat flow cytometry yang tentunya dapat dimanfaatkan untuk penelitian. Aplikasi dari metode flow cytometry dengan alat BDFX Canto 2 ini adalah untuk melihat fenotype di permukaan sel, kemudian untuk melihat antigen spesifik T sel, kemudian untuk melihat produksi sitokin yang ada di dalam sel, kemudian untuk melihat proliferasi sel, siklus sel, dan juga apoptosis. Dan akhir-akhir ini kami juga banyak melakukan penelitian yang terkait COVID untuk melihat memori T selnya dan juga sel T-regnya yang ada pada pasien-pasien COVID. Kemudian selain itu pemanfaatannya ternyata banyak juga ya, karena ternyata ada kit-kit research use only yang dapat dimanfaatkan dengan metode flow cytometry. Berikut adalah beberapa kit yang ada yang tersedia untuk dikerjakan di flow cytometry. Seperti misalnya adalah kit Human Inflammation Panel. Di sini jadi dari satu kit ini kita dapat melihat 13 sitokin dari satu sampel gitu. Jadi cuma dari satu sampel yang sama di running di alat flow cyto kita dapat melihat 13 jenis sitokin. Selain itu juga ada Human Metabolic Panel, ini juga ada banyak ya, adipokin dan juga sitokin terkait metabolik yang dapat dimanfaatkan di alat flow cytometry. Dan juga Human Kidney Function Panel yang terkait dengan pemeriksaan ginjal. Kemudian ada juga Human Immune Checkpoint Panel. Jadi memang di sini dengan menggunakan panel-panel ini maka dapat sekali menghemat sampel dan juga menghemat biaya pemeriksaan. Kemudian ini adalah alat di lab imunologi, yaitu alat BDFX Canto 2 dengan metode flow cytometry yang tentunya dapat dimanfaatkan untuk penelitian. Untuk tes yang sudah kami rutinkan sendiri, yang juga masih terbuka peluangnya untuk dilakukan penelitian adalah leukemia phenotyping dan juga HLA typing. Kemudian untuk di lab research dan juga di lab esoterik, kami mempunyai 2 alat. Yang pertama adalah alat ELISA, ini juga ada dua microplate readernya. Dengan metode ELISA, biasanya untuk ELISA ini digunakan untuk analisis sitokin tunggal. Misalnya untuk menganalisis BDNF saja, kemudian menganalisis interleukin 1 saja, menganalisis interleukin 6 saja, dan sebagainya. Ataupun menganalisis yang lain seperti melatonin, kemudian endothelin 1, kemudian NO, leptin, hepsidin, NGAL, oksidase LDL, isoprostan, STFR, dan lain sebagainya. Jadi memang untuk analisis sitokin tunggal ini memang untuk riset yang baik adalah untuk menggunakan dengan ELISA. Dan di lab riset dan esoterik kami mempunyai 2 ELISA reader yang dapat dimanfaatkan untuk penelitian Bapak Ibu sekalian. Kemudian selain ELISA, kami juga mempunyai alat Luminex atau MACPIC. Jadi di alat Luminex ini seperti yang tadi ya, jadi dia menyediakan berbagai macam panel gitu ya, tersedia untuk alat Luminex ini. Jadi dapat menyediakan secara multiplex dengan sistemnya adalah Luminex. Kemudian ada apa saja nih panelnya? Jadi di panel dengan alat Luminex ini kita bisa melihat sitokin panel, kemudian MMP panel, kemudian TIML, kemudian ada genesis juga sitokin. Nah, bagaimana nih kalau misalnya kita ternyata hanya ingin meneliti 4 saja misalnya gitu ya. Nah, uniknya di alat Luminex ini kita bisa mendesain atau mengcustom marker apa yang dapat dipanelkan gitu ya. Jadi kita bisa custom panel. Misalnya kita ingin meneliti hanya IL2, IL8, IL10 dan TNF alpha, maka ini dapat di custom gitu sehingga menjadi satu panel gitu ya, karena menggunakan bits yang berbeda. Dan ini dapat didiskusikan, kami open to discuss kepada kami apabila ada penelitian, sehingga kita dapat memilihkan metode yang tepat dengan sampel yang sedikit mungkin. Kemudian untuk di molecular diagnostic lab, ini kami juga mempunyai berbagai macam alat yang tentunya dapat dimanfaatkan. Apabila Bapak Ibu ingin meneliti dengan target kurang dari 5 target, misalnya hanya untuk meneliti polimorfisme C19, kemudian meneliti ekspresi dari VCORC1, itu dapat digunakan dengan metode PCR-RFLP, kemudian real-time PCR, kemudian multiplex PCR, ataupun Sanger sequencing. Namun apabila Bapak Ibu itu ingin meneliti lebih dari 20 target gen gitu ya, itu dapat menggunakan teknologi yang lebih besar, yang lebih baik seperti misalnya microarray, kemudian mass array, ataupun NGS gitu. Dan di Prodia sendiri kami mempunyai alat microarray, mass array, maupun NGS. Nah, berikut adalah metode-metode yang dapat kami kerjakan di lab molecular diagnostic lab, seperti real-time PCR, kemudian PCR-RFLP, kemudian multiplex PCR, kemudian hybrid capture, reverse hybridization, align probe assay, dan juga Sanger sequencing. Dan ini adalah tes-tes esoterik yang telah dapat kami kerjakan, baik untuk penelitian maupun untuk rutin. Dan saat ini kami juga telah mempunyai alat next gene sequencing, yaitu NextSeq 500 dari Illumina, yang tentunya dapat dimanfaatkan untuk penelitian terkait whole genome sequencing. Kemudian untuk specialty lab yang lain adalah lab cytogenetik. Kami juga memperlengkapi lab kami dengan lab cytogenetik yang dapat menganalisis kromosom analisis dengan metode karyotyping. Dan lab yang lain adalah lab patologi anatomi. Di sini juga banyak ya, alat kami sangat lengkap, mulai dari penanganan sampel processing sampel jaringan, kemudian untuk pembuatan parafin blok, kemudian mikrotom untuk pemotongan sel, kemudian juga mikroskop, dan juga alat otomasi IHK gitu ya. Jadi apalagi saat ini berkembang, belakangan ini kami banyak mendapatkan request-request terkait metode-metode yang menggunakan jaringan atau tissue base gitu. Jadi ini juga dapat dimanfaatkan untuk Bapak Ibu yang memang tertarik gitu ya penelitiannya ke arah IHK ya. Di sini kita mempunyai lab khusus patologi anatomi yang lengkap, kemudian juga dilengkapi oleh dokter spesialis PA. Jadi memang pembacaannya juga akan dibaca oleh dokter spesialis patologi anatomi kami. Metode yang digunakan adalah metode IHK ataupun pewarnaan untuk sitologi. Kemudian tes-tes yang telah kami rutinkan dan juga dapat dimanfaatkan secara luas untuk research adalah contohnya adalah IR, PR, HER2, dan juga lymphoma panel. Dan yang terakhir untuk specialty lab adalah di lab mass spectrometry. Di lab MS ini kami mempunyai 4 alat, yaitu ICP-MS, di mana ICP-MS ini dapat dimanfaatkan untuk trace element ya, untuk nutritional panel, kemudian untuk toxic panel, kemudian aging panel, dan yang lainnya yang berhubungan dengan trace element. Kemudian kami juga mempunyai HPLC. HPLC ini juga dapat dimanfaatkan untuk berbagai macam pemeriksaan seperti yang telah kami lakukan adalah vitamin, homocysteine, kafein, muconic acid, kemudian MDA. Kemudian ini juga adalah alat yang kami punya, LC-MS-MS, dan karena permintaan penelitian banyak sekali di LC-MS-MS ini, sehingga kami mempunyai 2 alat ya untuk LC-MS-MS ini, yang dapat dimanfaatkan untuk berbagai macam hormon, kemudian juga vitamin, kemudian asam amino. Dan ini juga ada banyak macam yang kami kerjakan juga untuk penelitian, seperti contohnya nikotin, kotinin, kemudian atma, SDMA, dan yang lain. Kemudian untuk GCMS ini juga kami mempunyai alatnya yang biasanya sering sekali dilakukan penelitian adalah terkait dengan profil dari asam lemak. Ini juga banyak sekali penelitiannya terkait dengan metabolomik, kemudian DHA, EPA, kemudian juga yang lainnya adalah terkait opiat, kemudian benzodiazepin. Dan semuanya apabila ada pemeriksaan-pemeriksaan baru yang memang di jurnal itu di-state menggunakan metode-metode tertentu yang ada di alatnya ada di Prodia, itu semuanya tentunya dapat dimanfaatkan. Dan kami dapat berdiskusi online gitu ya, dan akan membantu untuk menginformasikan hal-hal yang diperlukan oleh Bapak Ibu yang akan penelitian. Kemudian ini juga kami menyediakan brosur-brosur terkait tren biomarker penelitian di bidang-bidang yang spesifik, misalnya di bidang interna, bidang pulmo, kemudian kardiologi dan sebagainya. Dan ini dapat Bapak Ibu lihat di website dan juga dapat diminta di perwakilan kami yang ada di cabang masing-masing. Kemudian ini adalah Indonesian Biomedical Journal yang dikelola oleh suatu bagian di Prodia, yaitu PERI atau Prodia Education Research Institute. Dan di sini di INABJ ini kami memfasilitasi publikasi research in English. Kemudian ini juga direview oleh internasional, nasional, dan juga editor yang sangat terpercaya. Dan ini sudah terakreditasi LIPI dan DIKTI dan juga sudah terindeks Scopus gitu. Jadi memang cocok ya untuk kita yang mau lulus yang memang harus publikasi yang terindeks Scopus. Dan dipublishnya ini cukup banyak ya, dan sering sebanyak 4 kali per tahun. Dan ini adalah pengalaman kami di bidang riset. Jadi dari tahun 2010 sampai 2021 yang kami sudah mulai catat itu ada 4.258. Dan tadi kami telah memulai sebenarnya layanan penelitian ini dari tahun 1991 dan memang belum tercatat secara sempurna gitu. Jadi memang lebih dari 4.258 sebenarnya yang telah kami bantu untuk lakukan risetnya di Prodia. Kemudian ini adalah 43 institusi yang telah berkolaborasi dengan kami ya, seperti termasuk ULM, kemudian Universitas Tanjung Pura, kemudian juga UNMU dan Universitas Al-Khairat. Dan apa saja aplikasinya? Kemudian aplikasinya ini adalah penelitian-penelitian yang paling banyak di tahun 2020 sampai tahun 2021. Yang paling banyak adalah research topik dan biomarkernya itu masih seputar COVID-19 memang ya di 2 tahun kebelakang ini. Banyak sekali biomarker yang digunakan untuk penelitian di COVID-19. Seperti misalnya adalah yang paling banyak interleukin 6 dan juga antibodi terkait COVID-19, anti-SARS-CoV-2 total dan juga IgG. Kemudian juga banyak riset terkait biomarker baru seperti TMPR SS2, kemudian S2, kemudian vitamin D, vitamin A, E, zinc sebagai suplemennya ya, juga ingin dilihat kadarnya. Kemudian hematologi lengkap, HS troponin dan juga subtipe limfosit dan kaitannya dengan COVID-19. Kemudian selain ini juga masih banyak ya, seperti yang baru-baru ini kami terima adalah permintaan terkait whole genome sequencing di COVID-19 gitu ya, dengan NGS gitu, karena memang kami juga masih mencoba karena kami belum pernah sebelumnya mengerjakan, namun kami saat ini juga sedang melayani untuk riset terkait NGS COVID-19. Kemudian yang tak kalah menariknya ternyata banyak sekali juga nih penelitian di 2 tahun kebelakang yang meneliti terkait depresi, terutama depresi pada orang terkait pandemi COVID-19 ini. Dan marker-marker yang digunakan adalah terkait BDNF, kemudian serotonin, kemudian IL-6, dan juga kortisol. Kemudian yang lain adalah yang paling banyak juga atopic dermatitis dengan marker IL-31, kemudian substance P, IL-17A, katalisidin, dan yang lainnya. Dan juga yang masih sampai sekarang ya banyak sekali penelitiannya adalah yang terkait diabetes mellitus tipe 2. Jadi masih banyak sekali penelitian terkait menemukan prediktor ke arah komplikasi ya, baik untuk komplikasi vaskular, baik mikrovaskular maupun makrovaskular. Dan marker-marker ini hanya seberapa ya, sebenarnya itu banyak banget yang memang semakin hari itu semakin banyak markernya yang terkait DM tipe 2 karena memang ini merupakan burden ya di Indonesia sendiri gitu.
Izin Bu, waktunya sudah habis.
Ya, baik. Ini adalah biomarker terkait jantung yang dapat dilihat juga nanti di brosur-brosur yang tadi, kemudian ini terkait autoimun, kemudian terkait pulmonologi, dan terkait dengan gastro. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Apabila Bapak Ibu ada yang tertarik untuk penelitian, maka dapat menghubungi di research.support@prodia.co.id. Terima kasih, saya kembalikan kepada MC.
Baik, terima kasih kepada Bu Dina yang telah memaparkan materi. Kepada peserta yang ingin bertanya, silakan untuk langsung raise hand. Baik Bu, sudah ada satu penanya. Mungkin bisa langsung untuk open mic.
Selamat siang, Mbak Rina.
Selamat siang, Dok.
Ya, terima kasih atas pemaparannya ya dari Prodia tadi. Yang menarik tadi ada beberapa fasilitas untuk penelitian ya yang ditawarkan. Kemudian tadi untuk konfirmasi ya, sebenarnya di akhir slide itu tadi sudah ditayangkan, cuman saya konfirmasi untuk kita bisa ngecek list dari biomarker ataupun antibodi yang memang rutin dilakukan di Prodia itu yang kontak as itu tadi ya, Mbak Rina ya? Semua ke
Betul, Dok.
situ ya? Oke, karena kan kita sebagai peneliti kalau kita mau pengerjaan IHK, kalau harus beli antibodi sendiri itu kan berat ya, dan biasanya pakainya hanya sedikit gitu. Kalau mungkin bisa bekerja sama dengan Prodia kan lebih enak gitu ya. Untuk IHK juga bisa ya Mbak ya antibodinya.
Ya, jadi memang sebenarnya Dok, ini sesuatu yang menarik juga ya Dok ya, untuk IHK ini sebenarnya untuk lab PA kami sebenarnya kami baru berdiri itu 2018 Dok untuk lab PA-nya, dan ternyata 2 tahun ke belakang ini banyak sekali nih Dok yang tertarik di bidang IHK gitu ya Dok ya. Jadi mungkin karena memang di IHK kami ini yang baru kami rutinkan itu baru seputar IR/PR, kemudian HER2, kemudian juga terkait limfoma gitu ya Dok ya. Sedangkan penelitian-penelitian seperti kemarin kami melakukan membantu dokter itu untuk LC3, kemudian RAS FF1 gitu ya Dok. Itu kami pertemukan gitu ya dokter yang sedang penelitian supaya mereka juga bisa subsidi untuk antibodinya. Jadi misalnya ada yang sama bisa subsidi gitu Dok, karena memang itu tidak rutin di kami, sehingga memang semua beban untuk tidak rutin itu kami bebankan kepada dokter peneliti. Dan kami nanti hanya membantu mengerjakan saja gitu ya Dok ya, untuk free of charge gitu untuk mengerjakan, tapi memang untuk consumables dan juga biaya reagen dikembalikan ke peneliti. Namun apabila memang ada yang kami lihat itu karena peneliti kemarin itu dari kebetulan dari Trisakti gitu ya Dok ya, kemudian kalau kami lihat dari berbagai misalnya dari FK-FK yang ternyata agak beririsan nih, itu kami bisa memperkenalkan gitu Dok supaya bisa membagi gitu ya Dok ya biayanya gitu Dok.
Jadi untuk pengerjaan ini udah bisa di cabang mana aja ya, Mbak? Ya kebetulan saya dari Untan sih di Pontianak.
Ya, untuk pengerjaannya sendiri itu ada di Jakarta, Dok, di lab kami yang di Jakarta. Namun nanti dari semua cabang kami dari Pontianak itu ya Dok, itu dapat membantu Dok untuk mengirimkan, karena mereka sudah terbiasa ya Dok untuk mengirimkan misalnya slide ataupun misalnya blog ataupun jaringan web tisunya gitu Dok. Nanti tergantung Dok, misalnya dokter ingin menggunakan jenis sampel yang apa gitu Dok.
Oke, jadi tetap bisa dibantu ya yang dari
Iya.
daerah yang saya. Oke. Kemudian tadi yang tentang publikasi yang mengenai Prodia berlangganan beberapa jurnal, kalau kita ingin konsul mungkin langsung ke kontak as itu tadi ya, sama
Boleh,
ya?
Dok.
Ya. Makasih Mbak Rina, terima
Terima
kasih.
kasih Dokter Eri.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Dok, terima kasih Bu Rina. Karena mengingat waktu, maka sesi kali ini sudah berakhir. Saya mengucapkan terima kasih banyak pada Bu Rina atas pemaparan materi yang telah diberikan. Selanjutnya, penyerahan sertifikat secara simbolis kepada pemateri. Untuk tim dokumentasi mungkin bisa dibantu.
Oke, saya akan pimpin dokumentasinya. 1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi 1, 2, 3. Baik. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih Bu Rina. Baik, selanjutnya kita masuk ke sesi yang kedua dengan tema Diagramming Physiology. Akan tetapi pada acara ini akan dipandu langsung oleh Dr. Yuli Handoko selaku moderator. Nah, sebelum saya menyerahkan kepada moderator, izinkan saya untuk membacakan CV dari moderator terlebih dahulu. Nama, Dr. Willy Handoko M. Biomed, lahir di Pontianak pada tanggal 24 Januari 1984, telah melalui jenjang pendidikan di Universitas Indonesia pada Strata 1 dan Strata 2, memiliki pengalaman dalam pelatihan ataupun workshop, ataupun seminar sebagai member of Physiology Indonesia Association. Baik, telah hadir bersama kita Dr. Willy. Selamat siang, Dokter.
Selamat siang. Bisa mendengar suara saya?
Bisa, Dok.
Baik.
Baik. Terima kasih, Dok. Kepada Dr. Willy, waktu dan tempat saya persilakan.
Baik, terima kasih. Baik, berikutnya kita akan masuk pada sesi ini ya. Izinkan saya untuk berbicara dalam bahasa Inggris ya. Good afternoon, Prof. Cheng.
Hello.
Nice to meet you, Prof.
Yeah, you too.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's webinar, the National Medical Webinar in conjunction with the Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz, which is sponsored by PT Prodea Widya Husada and organized by the Faculty of Medicine in Kalimantan, Universitas Tanjung Pura, Universitas Lambung Mangkurat, Universitas Palangkaraya, and Universitas Mula Warman. Okay, before we start, I will be introducing myself. Yeah, I'm Dr. Willy Handoko, lecturer from Medical Faculty in Universitas Tanjung Pura, and I will be responsible for hosting Prof. Cheng presentation today. And first, let me introduce our special guest, Prof. Cheng. Next slide. Okay. It's too small for me. Okay, this is the brief biography of from Prof. Cheng. He has taught physiology at the University Malaya in Kuala Lumpur since 1986, and he has an interest in understanding how students think, learn, and in helping them unmask misconception in physiology. He also wrote books include Thinking Through Physiology and Defining Physiology. And Prof. Cheng is also the initiator of the annual International Physiology Quiz. Okay, without further ado, we will welcome Prof. Cheng to present the presentation about diagramming physiology. Please, Prof.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Willy. Good to meet you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, so in about half an hour, I will just run through some of the things that you can do as students and also my colleagues here as teachers in order to help yourself to summarize and understand physiology and also to enjoy physiology. So there's a fair bit of information, but there are only about less 22 slides. So I'm going to go through this not in great detail, but to give you an idea of what I've been doing as a teacher in helping students to understand and enjoy physiology. Yeah, and I want to say also that that this set of PowerPoint slides, if anybody, I can send to Mr. Dewa, and feel free to. I think I already sent to him. Yeah, so feel free to distribute to all the participants as a reference so that you can look at some of the things I mentioned here. Yeah, so diagramming physiology, let me share screen. I hope I don't talk too long because we want to go into the finals. Hey, where is it? Oh, how come I don't see it? Let me, oh, yeah. So is the Dewa, my slide is open in my desktop. I'm not sure why I can't see it. Let me try again. Share screen.
You may retry the share screen again, Prof.
Yeah, I can't see it for some reason. My PowerPoint slide.
Okay.
Do you still have it with you, Dewa? Maybe you can.
Okay, Prof. We will try to share the screen.
Yeah, I can't see it on my screen. And then I will just instruct you to progress the slide for me. Yeah, it's open on my desktop, but I can't see when I screen share.
Okay, wait, I will try to share the screen.
Good thing the quiz question can be seen in the quarterfinals and semifinals. Yeah, I'm not sure why I can't see it. Oh, sorry, I can see it now. Hang on.
Okay, Prof.
Okay, can you see this?
Yes, we can see.
I can, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so you can see now, huh? Okay, let's start. So first slide is just an introduction to, yeah, so some of these articles that I mentioned in this talk, I'll be happy to send it to anyone who are interested. So this was an article that I was asked to write for the British Physiological Society. So this was an educational issue, and this is a word that I coined over all these years of teaching. It means homeostatic teaching, meaning the teacher interacts with the students provides the feedback, and how the teacher can improve his own teaching by listening to the student. So this is the whole task of a teacher, I think, is to try to unmask for the student. We use, this was written last year. I tried to use COVID language about masking to unmask the beauty of physiology, to help students to discover how much organization and pattern and design there is in physiology. Okay, so this is in Physiology News. Happy to send to you the article. So, so the first diagram is actually on body fluid. So here is what I sometimes do. I don't know how to use all this nice app that your young people use. So I use color pencil. Yeah. So this is actually on the importance of fluid movement between the outside of the cell and the inside. So basically the two main points here is that the main factor that affects the movement of the fluid between the outside and inside is this osmotic pressure that is due to sodium. Okay. Whereas the oncotic pressure, symbolized by pi C, is the plasma protein oncotic pressure. This is the one that determines the distribution of fluid between these two compartments. They are both ECF between the inside of the blood vessel and the outside of the blood vessel. Okay, so these are the two major osmotic force. So when you put it in a diagram like this, it reminds you of the major osmotic pressure that affects net movement between inside and outside, and the major osmotic pressure, which is oncotic pressure, between the inside the vascular space and the outside. Okay, so this is the one picture. I'm going to give you several examples from the three main systems: cardiovascular, respiratory, and renal, in order to complete the talk. But before that, let me just show you one other doodle. I call this doodle. This is from the adrenal gland. We won't spend too much time on this. So if you're wondering why this tooth is here, because this was part of a talk given to dental faculty in Ailanga. So this was given to me as a gift by the student. So this is the adrenal gland, and the inner triangle is the adrenal medulla. So, and obviously the two main hormones from the adrenal cortex, aldosterone and cortisol. And the main one from inside the adrenal gland is the adrenaline. Okay, so in red, it reminds you that the adrenaline
affects heart rate and stroke volume. The aldosterone affects the absorption of sodium. So this is linked to blood volume. And in one of the quiz questions that none of the teams got it correct, this is cortisol. Okay, remember one of the quiz questions. The glucocorticoid under the control of the hypothalamus pituitary is important for the, you remember the question, the vasoresponsiveness of the blood vessel. Okay, so these are all cardiovascular, but this is an example of trying to link endocrine in green to your vascular system. So you put it all together. And obviously, this links to the corticotrophin releasing hormone from the hypothalamus. And this one is a link to the renal on the left, because the main stimulus for aldosterone is obviously angiotensin 2. And angiotensin 2, I think all of you know, comes from the renin secretion, which forms the angiotensin 2. And renin is obviously from the juxtaglomerular cells in the kidney. So you have an integrated picture of the kidney, renin secretion affecting aldosterone. Then you also have this black line down here is obviously the sympathetic stimulation, which is the main or the only stimulation for the release of adrenaline. So when you draw a picture like this, you are able to hopefully visualize an integrated picture between cardiovascular system, blood volume, heart function, and vasoresponsiveness of blood vessel, and including the hormones here and some of the major input. Yeah. So I'm going to go now. So this is just to lighten the presentation. This is where I walk almost every day. If I go to the office, this is the back door. So go in, and the first floor is physiology. So we have a beautiful garden here. And so I will miss this place when I have to leave, maybe in a couple of years' time. Yeah. So I'm going to give you some examples of diagramming physiology from respiratory system first, and then I think is renal system, and then cardiovascular. Okay. So this is one of our customized marks that we make for the department with six marks representing 6 systems. So this is physiology inspires. So we try to sell this marks during maybe the respiratory system. So one of my favorite marks. So the first diagram, and this is not mine, but one of my favorite diagram from a journal, illustrate. So one of the questions in the quiz was functional residual capacity, okay, FRC. FRC is the volume at the end of a normal breath. And actually this volume is determined by the balance between 2 forces shown by these 2 persons pulling here. One is the outward chest wall recoil balanced by the inward chest wall recoil, okay? So, and this is a nice example because in emphysema, one of the recoil, because emphysema is a disease that destroys your elastic tissue. So you lose the lung elastic recoil, and so the chest wall recoil is still normal, and so the equilibrium position is now shifted to a larger volume. And so this explains why in emphysema, the FRC becomes enlarged and even affect the chest wall shape with time, okay? And in fibrosis, again, the balance of these 2 forces, when the lungs are more stiff, the recoil or elastic recoil is stronger, is bigger, and so the equilibrium shift to a smaller FRC. So this consideration of 2 opposing chest wall and lung recoil inwards, chest wall recoil outwards, helps you to understand. And this is obviously another picture which I drew on this. Okay, so it's a balance between 2. So so this is, I think, I hope this is useful if you are revising your. Okay, and then this is from one of my book. This is obviously you recognize this. So this picture shows you hemoglobin, a triad. Okay, so you will see more of this triangle in the rest of my talk. So recently we published a paper called Combining Physiology and Geometry. So we call this phi geometric diagram. So this is a triangle showing a phi geometric diagram related to the function of hemoglobin. Now hemoglobin is an interesting molecule because at any one time, you have these 3 molecules sitting associated with the molecule. Carbon dioxide as carbamino, oxygen, obviously, as oxyhemoglobin, but you also have proton, because hemoglobin is a very good buffer. So at any one time, whether it's venous blood or arterial blood, different amounts of oxygen and CO2 and proton are associated with hemoglobin. So I remember the quiz question that I think none of the teams got it right, that in venous blood, you still have 75% of hemoglobin oxygen saturation. So it means that hemoglobin is an interesting molecule. You have oxygen, CO2, and proton all in the same molecule. And if you want to add the fourth one, if this is a picture of a square, right at the end here, it's a nitric oxide. It's also associated with hemoglobin. And nitric oxide is a vasodilator. So this actually helps to provide more oxygen to the cell. So this is a visual image of hemoglobin and the three molecules that you learn in your respiratory system. So if you think about Haldane's effect or Bohr's effect, if you have really done that effect, you can refer to this diagram. And then, for example, Bohr's effect is that if the CO2 partial pressure is higher, it tends to decrease the binding and release more oxygen to the cell. Okay, this is a picture here. Now, this is since now young people like to take selfie. This is a selfie. Two cells taking a photograph. Let's take a selfie. Okay. So basically, the point here with this diagram is that when you think about the different types of hypoxia, it is always defined from the perspective of the cell. As long as the cells do not receive oxygen, it's hypoxia, even if your blood contains sufficient oxygen. Just give one example. In stagnant hypoxia, there is nothing wrong with the blood oxygen content, stagnant hypoxia, because content is normal. But the problem here is actually the blood flow. Okay, so if you have a well oxygenated blood, but it doesn't flow, it's useless to the cell. The cell experiences lack of oxygen, and this is an example of hypoxia due to poor blood flow. So you call this stagnant hypoxia. Okay, and one more example perhaps, histotoxic hypoxia, blood flow is normal, blood oxygen content normal, but in this case, because the cells are poisoned by metabolic inhibitors, for example, the cells cannot use oxygen. So from the perspective of the cell, it is hypoxia. So you call this histotoxic hypoxia. So this conceptual statement is important for you to appreciate how to distinguish the four different types of hypoxia. Now, one of the things you can have fun diagramming is, so this is one of my favorite email, the email address for physiology on Bohr's effect. You can play around. If you can write a concise email that when you look at it, it reminds you of a certain physiology, then it makes it interesting. So you may not appreciate it now. So this is like email address, right? Bohr's effect at hotmail.com. Looks like that. So Bohr's effect, obviously, there's a 2 here. It refers to oxygen transport. And if you remember your respiratory physiology, Bohr's effect is due to the changes in hydrogen ion as well as the changes in the partial pressure of CO2. When this increase, hydrogen ion increase, pH reduce, or when CO2 increase, it produces the Bohr effect, which actually benefits the oxygenation of the tissue. Okay, so let's move on to, so I finished with respiratory diagramming. So this is now renal physiology. So one of my favorite physiology, kidney, no kidding. Okay, no kidding physiology. So the first diagram is this one here. You're wondering why the coffee 3-in-1 is here. So this is a phi geometric diagram of 3 parameters, which actually means the same thing in terms of renal physiology. One is osmoregulation, OSM. The other one is control of water balance, H2O here. And the third one in the square box, this is the control of sodium concentration. Okay, so the reason for putting all these 3 in this same triangle is that osmoregulation, control of water balance, and control of sodium concentration all involve the same mechanism. Actually, it's the same thing. Let me give you an example. if you drink a lot of water, you are in positive water balance. If you are in positive water balance, it means that your sodium concentration is diluted, is lower. And because sodium concentration affects osmolarity, it also means that your osmolarity is lower in your ECF. So when you normalize the water balance by excreting the excess water, then the water balance becomes normal, so does your sodium concentration, and so does your osmolarity. So they all actually involve the same thing. Okay, different way of saying something about the renal function. The renal osmoregulate, the kidney controls water balance, and the kidney also controls sodium concentration. That's why it's put here as the coffee 3-in-1. Okay. Now the next diagram is a picture. Those of you who are from Chinese background, you will know this yin yang, the balance. Okay, yin yang is very homeostatic. Talk about equilibrium balance. So this is the paper on the sodium balance. There was a question on sodium balance in the quiz, and so let me just show you a paper. So again, I'll send this to you for those of you who want to read this. So one of the common misconception among my own students, and I observe this with other students all over the world, is to distinguish between sodium balance control and sodium concentration control. It means different things. Sodium balance is total amount of sodium in your ECF, but the sodium concentration is obviously concentration. Okay, so this paper tried to address this question, and I drew this yin yang representing on one side factors that increase sodium excretion when you are in positive water balance, the one in black. And if you are in negative sodium balance, then you have the renin-angiotensin system, as well as the renal sympathetic nerves that will always conserve sodium. So there is this balance between the yin and the yang of sodium physiology. So you can use this for other areas of physiology. So one of the diagram I also drew some time ago is this here. So this is renal control of ECF blood volume through or via the control of sodium balance. So this equation, I think everybody knows very well. BP is CO times TPR. Maybe in Bahasa Indonesia, it may look slightly different. Blood pressure is cardiac output times TPR. Obviously, the cardiac output factor here is determined by blood volume. Blood volume affects cardiac output. Now, the way in which the kidney affects the cardiac output is obviously by affecting the volume. Okay, so this is a kidney function. So if you have done renal physiology, this will be quite basic to you. The way in which the kidney maintains normal blood volume is through maintaining the sodium balance or total body sodium. And so what we are saying here is that since CO, okay, CO, this purple color here, is the same as kidney, sodium affects blood pressure through its effect on the blood volume and cardiac output. So this effect, so normally sometimes you hear people say, don't take too much salt or else it will increase the blood pressure. This is the volume cardiac output effect. And this is because total body sodium regulated by kidney affects the blood volume, and blood volume affects cardiac output. So this is sometimes known as the long-term control of blood pressure through regulating blood volume indirectly through sodium control, sodium balance. Okay. So the next slide, I don't want to spend too much time because we need to move on with the quiz. So this is another diagram. I leave it with you. You can contact me. I think I normally give my contact number at the end. Be happy to interact with you. So this is a diagram that was drawn some time ago. So this refers to sodium balance, the seesaw here. And sodium balance is monitored homeostasis by volume sensors. This looks like sensors, right? Like insect sensors. And then you have three groups of receptors, volume sensors, the baroreceptor, volume receptor, as well as the receptors in the kidney. We call this the intra-renal baroreceptor. So this is linked to your renin-angiotensin system, And obviously, there is also a link between the volume sensors to the hypothalamus, where thirst sensation is activated. You also have ADH from the hypothalamus, and also activation of the sympathetic pathway. So EF and EF equal minus R is the renal function, excretion, filtration, and reabsorption. So you put it all together, and you can spend 1 hour talking about all this. So you diagram this, you remind yourself of how sodium balance, when it changes, is monitored, and how the kidney, together with the thirst, ADH, sympathetic pathway, and renin and angiotensin, helps to conserve sodium. Okay. So 2 more slides about renal, then we move on to the cardiovascular diagramming. Okay. So this is one of my favorite diagram for pH control by the kidney. Now you have done pH control, you realize that the kidney collaborates with the lung in order to maintain pH. So pH, I like to spell it pH because P reminds you of going to the toilet. So basically, when you go to the toilet, it's not just producing waste product. You are actually performing homeostatic function. Yeah, going to the washroom the next time, to remind yourself that the amount of hydrogen ion in your urine changes depending on how the body is responding to pH. Okay, so those of you who have done this pH control will remember that the kidney regulates the bicarbonate component, one of the quiz questions, whereas the respiratory system regulates the carbonic acid component related to the partial pressure of CO2. And so these two makes a pair in the major chemical buffer. Okay, so the chemical buffer, bicarbonate, carbonic acid buffer system, is linked to 2 major control systems. One that helps to, one affects the bicarbonate, the other one affects the PCO2. Okay, so this equation also helps you to sort out and appreciate what we mean by renal compensation for respiratory acidosis. And there was one question, I think, in the semi-final round. Okay, so I'll leave this picture with you. This is not commonly seen in most textbooks, but is a very nice way to visualize this. Okay? So this one is just a cartoon in one of my paper, and this is an interesting paper. They accepted this title as the article. So this is the first time you see pee and poo in a journal article. So I'm happy to send it to you. To pee and to poo, cross-organ principles and mechanism in renal and gastrointestinal physiology. Now, the purpose of this article is to show you that when you're learning so much physiology, if you can identify similar patterns in different systems, it's actually more enjoyable and helpful. So you see the long intestine is actually made up of epithelial cell, and there's a lumen. And in the nephron is also epithelial cell, and there's a lumen. So a lot of the events in these 2 organs, as I try to give examples in the paper, are very similar. Let me give you 2 examples. The absorption of glucose in the kidney and the absorption of glucose in the GI tract is exactly the same. It uses a secondary active transport, SGLT transporter, and so on. And there are also other examples. Okay, so yeah, so here we are. So let's move on quickly to the 3rd example. So here you are, physiology setting the pace. So we like to think that physiology as being the cornerstone of pathophysiology sets the pace of our learning and appreciating clinical medicine. So these are the 2 cups. So a few more examples from cardiovascular, and I think, so this one, okay. So this is, yeah, this is a simple diagram. Obviously, this looks like there are 2 hearts, and the smaller heart, right heart, and the bigger heart, left heart. Obviously, this is your left ventricle and your right ventricle. You actually have 2 pumps, cardiac pump. One is the left ventricular pump. The other one is the less muscular right ventricular pump. And the 2 pumps are actually arranged in series. When you look at a diagram in a textbook, it looks as if they are parallel, right? But actually, if you stretch it out, the whole thing becomes one closed circuit. Okay, Now, why is this important to appreciate? Because if this is a closed circuit, it means that your cardiac output from the left ventricle must be equal to the cardiac output from the right ventricle. In this, so that you do not get a problem of congestion. It's like a traffic, no? One-way traffic, and cars are moving all at a constant speed. If you have, for example, let me give you an example. If you have left heart failure, the pump is not functioning well, but the right heart is still normal, you will get congestion here, right? Because this is normal, but here is not pumping so well. So if you get pulmonary congestion, it means that you will begin soon to have pulmonary edema. Okay, so two cardiac pumps arranged in series. If you have left heart failure, congestion in the pulmonary circulation, pulmonary edema. Now, if you have right heart failure, this is now pumping weakly, but this is now normal. You will have peripheral vascular congestion. You talk about traffic congestion, same thing. You have peripheral vascular congestion and peripheral edema in right heart failure. Okay, so this diagram helps you to visualize the importance of understanding the two cardiac pumps, which is arranged in series. So let me ask you a question, and I won't give you the answer here for you to think about. I just said that it is important that over time, your right ventricle cardiac output is always the same as the left ventricle cardiac output. What is the mechanism that ensures that this always happens in a normal person? That the left ventricular cardiac output is the same as the right ventricular cardiac output. Okay, leave this question for you. You can message me if you want. I'll give you my contact at the end. Okay, 2 more slides and we're done. So, so this is 3 more slides. This is just to illustrate that the stroke volume can increase in 2 ways. Starling's mechanism, one of the quiz question, is if you increase the EDV, length tension relationship. Now the contractility where you get an increase in ejection fraction is not due to increased filling. For the same volume, if you have nerve or hormone, this is extrinsic. Starling is intrinsic. Extrinsic input or stimulation strengthen or gives a greater contraction force, and so you reduce the leftover volume in the heart. So you are reducing the ESV. So this is the 2 ways in which stroke volume can increase. So this diagram is very helpful to visualize this. So let me introduce to you this character. This is a Japanese female medical student. We've called her Miss Take. So we've actually introduced her to the public now. It's a paper that should be released in the next few weeks. So Miss Take sounds like a Japanese name, right? Miss Take. But Miss Take also sounds like what? Mistake. Making a mistake. So now we have Miss Take making a lot of statements about common mistakes or misconception that we encounter amongst students, not just in Malaysia, but I think throughout the world. And this is one of the misconceptions made by Ms. Take, and we are collecting some of these statements that would be in this speech bubble. So this equation again must be explained physio-directionally from the right to the left. Okay, now what do we mean by this? This means that when you talk about control of blood pressure, you can only say that when cardiac output increase or TPR increase, then BP increase. This is right to left. But this is not mathematics. You cannot say that when BP increase, CO increase. If you say that, it's actually not accurate physiologically. Give you an example. If you have increased BP, for example, in hypertension, you actually have a greater workload on the heart. And so eventually the cardiac output may actually decrease, not increase. Okay, hypertension increases the afterload, and so the heart has to work harder, and so the CO may actually decrease, and you get compensatory hypertrophy of the heart. So always use this equation in this way. These are the determinants. We call this changes in this, and this affects this, right to left. Okay, so some of my students sometimes imagine that this is mathematics. They say when BP increase, CO will always increase. Not necessarily true. Okay. So last slide, and then that's it. So this is again from one of my textbook. This is to a common area to try to distinguish that the central barrel reflex response, where you get an increased TPR, although it's called total peripheral resistance, it does not mean everywhere in the body, although it's called total, because when you increase the blood pressure this way, you're trying to maintain a driving pressure. But very often at the local tissue, like in the heart or in the brain, you actually get the opposite happening, vasodilation. Okay, you get vasoconstriction to raise the pressure, the head pressure, that means the driving pressure. But then at the essential tissue like the heart and the brain, you often need to get vasodilation at the same time. Okay, so the total peripheral resistance does not mean everywhere, including the heart, the brain, and that. So these two effects actually benefits the cells. You have a higher pressure, and then at the tissue level, you vasodilate. And so that provides sufficient blood flow. Okay, so the last slide is just my contact. Welcome to interact with you all. I'm very pleased to be able to make new contacts as a result of this IKPQ, and we hope that we can follow up our interaction in the years to come. This is the same garden from the back of my office, and this is my email, 60 Solar Luna, derived from my Chinese name, Solar Luna, and this is my WhatsApp. Mr. Dewa also has it. So happy to continue the conversation. So I hope this few samples of diagramming physiology has been helpful, and I hope that you yourself can also do some of your diagramming that in your own style that will suit your own understanding. Thank you very much for listening. Yeah. So let me stop sharing this. Yep. Okay.
Thank you very much, Prof. Cheng. I think your presentation is very interesting. The diagramming physiology makes it easier for the student to understand the physiology. I think not only the physiology, but it's easier to understand the pathophysiology of some of the disease. And then, of course, it's make it more enjoyable for the student to study the physiology. Okay, now we would go to the next session that we would like to welcome questions from audiences. If you wish to ask questions, please click on the raise hand icon and on your screen, and then I will call on your name to ask question. Okay, I think I see the first one. Oh, the Ketua Pelaksana ya, Dewa. Ya, silakan. Ya.
Hi, Dewa.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Willy, for the chances, and thank you for Prof. Cheng for the talk about diagramming physiology. I was so interested about this topic because it feels like wow, you can visualize and make physiology be more be more group and be more really easier to understand than before. I would like to ask, where did you get the inspiration for the diagram about this physiology? Because I think all the medical students didn't have the slightest thing to diagram the physiology to understand how exactly you get the idea of this diagram from.
Yeah, I suppose as educators we have a slightly different role because students are obviously learning for exam, whereas our role as teachers, educators, is always trying to think about how to improve our delivery to so that students can understand better or enjoy physiology better. So I suppose that's part of the motivation in trying to use other ways besides just plain PowerPoint. Of course, you can diagram in PowerPoint in order to draw students to appreciate a more bigger picture of physiology. Yeah. So I think that's probably the inspiration for doing so. So sometimes I get some of my students who can draw to help me to create some cartoon characters like Mr. K was created by one of my biomedical students. So now we are hopefully the paper will be released in a few weeks' time. In that paper, Mr. K is talking about a couple of things. Yeah. So, and we also use other ways. Sometimes is music. So sometimes we use music since you're asking a question. So I have a popular song. Many years ago, I wrote the physio lyrics to this common song that Indonesian and Malaysian sing. It's the song Rasa Sayang. Rasa Sayang. So the tune is Rasa Sayang, but the song is about sodium physiology. It's called, instead of Rasa Sayang, is raise the sodium. So raise the sodium. So yeah, anyway, so I can send you the song if you want. Yeah, so we try to do some of this interesting thing. Sometimes the students, if we have time, sing the song at the end of the lecture. So maybe the only thing that they remember from the lecture is the song. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Cheng. Yeah, I think yes. By doing this diagramming, we not only create a visual representation, but we also can create a focalized, verbal focalization of the diagram to easier understand the physiology. Yeah. Next, who have other questions, please? Anyone? Kepada Nur, how much time do we have left for this session?
Just 1 minute again.
Pardon me?
1 minute.
5 minutes, okay. Yeah.
No, 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute, okay. Okay. Anyone? We have still 1 more minutes before we close this session. Or if you hesitate to ask this online, you can always ask Prof. Cheng from the email or from WhatsApp. Okay, I think that's the last question. Let's thank you again for Prof for answering the question and for the great presentation. It was a pleasure to have you with us here today. And this concludes the webinar. Thank you all for attending, and we hope you have learned and enjoyed this presentation. Yeah, I give it back to Noor.
Thank you, Willie. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Cheng, for the sharing knowledge about diagramming physiology. And then this is a documentation certificate. It's symbolically given by me as the master of ceremony. For the documentation team, time and Zoom is yours.
Thank you.
Okay, I will leave the documentation. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, show your biggest smile. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak kepada Dr. Willy yang telah memandu acara kita hari ini. Selanjutnya penyerahan sertifikat secara simbolis kepada moderator pada Indo Dokumentasi. Waktu dan tempat disilakan.
1, 2, 3. Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Baik, terima kasih.
Oke, terima kasih.
Dok.
Ya.
Before we close our amazing session, let us take a picture together first. So, buat peserta bisa untuk mengaktifkan kameranya karena kita akan dokumentasi terlebih dahulu. Pada tim dokumentasi, dipersilakan.
Baik, kita akan tunggu selama 1 menit untuk dokumentasi. Silakan para peserta bisa menyalakan kamera. Baik, saya akan mulai dokumentasinya. Bisa mulai dari gaya bebas. 1 dari slide pertama. 1, 2, 3. Baik, ke slide kedua. 1, 2, 3. Slide ketiga. 1, 2, 3. Slide keempat. 1, 2, 3. Baik, terima kasih.
Terima kasih sekali lagi buat Prof. Chen dan juga Dr. Willy.
Sama-sama ya, terima kasih.
Alhamdulillah, kini kita telah sampai di penghujung webinar Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022. Semoga materi yang didapatkan dapat menambah wawasan dan juga menjadi jalan kebaikan untuk kita semua. Saya dan segenap panitia yang bertugas mengucapkan terima kasih sebanyak-banyaknya kepada hadirin yang telah hadir, yang antusias mengikuti acara ini dari awal hingga akhir. Selanjutnya kami mohon maaf apabila dalam sesi webinar ini terdapat salah kata dan juga perbuatan. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Pada para peserta lomba diberikan waktu untuk istirahat dari pukul 12.55 sampai 13:40 menit dan diharapkan untuk tetap berada di dalam Zoom. Dan bagi peserta webinar untuk bisa mengisi link evaluasi yang dikirim panitia di grup dan dapat meninggalkan Zoom ini. Terima kasih, sampai jumpa di kegiatan selanjutnya.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good afternoon, all delegates. So, after taking a long break, finally we've come to this session that I believe all of you here have been waiting for it. So, yeah, it's none other than the announcement of the top 4 teams who will be going to the final round. But before I announce the top 4 teams who will be going to the final round, I wonder whether all of the participants here still got the spirit to continue the competitions or not. So before I announce the top 4 teams, I would love to see your spirit, guys. So if you still got the spirit, type the top 4 teams that you think are going to the final round. So type it on the Zoom chat box if you still got spirit. Okay. Where's your spirit, guys? Okay, there's no one who still has the spirit to continue the competition. Okay. Okay, I think we have to move to the next sessions, the announcement of the top 4 teams. So maybe the committee may start sharing the PowerPoint. Okay, for the top 4 teams who will be going to the final round are the first team we got. Congratulations to there's some problem here. A moment, please. Okay, in the fourth place, we got FK Untan Team 4. Congratulations. And for the third place, we got FK Untan Team 3. And in the second place, we got FK Unmul Team 4. And for the first place, we got FK Untan Team 2. Okay, congratulations for all the team who passed to the final round. For the teams who haven't passed to the final round, don't be discouraged, because to be able to get into the semifinal is already a great thing. Okay, so for all the teams who passed to the final round, the top 4 teams may stay in the main room, while the other teams who haven't passed the final round may proceed to the breakout room. Don't leave the Zoom meeting yet, because before the announcement of the winners, we're going to have a little game, and whoever wins the game will get a reward, and I believe that whoever wins it and get the reward will like the reward. Okay, so before we start the final round, I'm going to read the rules. The committee may start sharing the rules, the PowerPoint of the rules for the final round. Okay, thank you. Untuk babak final, sistem pengerjaan soalnya, sebelum perlombaan dimulai, setiap peserta diharuskan menyediakan media tulis berupa kertas atau papan tulis untuk menulis pilihan opsi jawaban. Kamera Zoom meeting diletakkan di depan peserta, soal akan dibacakan atau diberikan kepada setiap peserta. Setiap peserta mendapat 3 buah soal. Soal akan dibacakan langsung oleh master quiz kita, yaitu Prof. Cheng. Setiap soal akan diberikan waktu 20 detik untuk peserta menentukan jawaban sampai menuliskan pilihan opsi jawaban. 20 detik terhitung sejak soal selesai dibacakan sebanyak 1 kali. Untuk menjawab, setiap peserta akan memperlihatkan media tulisnya beserta jawaban atau pilihan opsi jawaban pada kamera. Setiap tim dapat menjawab dengan menuliskan jawaban atau pilihan opsi jawaban pada media tulis, dan diperbolehkan untuk tidak menjawab dengan mengosongkan media tulisnya. Tim yang memilih untuk tidak menjawab tetap diwajibkan untuk menunjukkan media tulisnya ke kamera. Apabila waktu telah habis dan peserta tidak sempat memperlihatkan jawaban atau pilihan opsi jawaban, maka tim tersebut dianggap tidak menjawab. Next slide. Oke, semua tim tidak diperbolehkan untuk berdiskusi pada device lain menggunakan media apapun dan tidak diperkenankan pada tempat yang memungkinkan untuk dapat berdiskusi secara langsung. Apabila peserta terkeluar dari Zoom meeting, maka peserta wajib untuk melapor pada LO dengan menyertakan bukti tangkapan layar atau foto yang menunjukkan peserta sedang mengalami gangguan. Waktu maksimal peserta terkeluar dari Zoom meeting adalah 3 menit. Next slide. Oke, untuk sistem penilaian, poin benar +1, poin salah 0, tidak menjawab 0. Sebagai catatan, jika terdapat nilai yang sama antar tim, maka keputusan kembali kepada Dewan Juri. Oke. Maybe that's all the rules for the final round. Okay, maybe that's all for me. I will lend the final session to Prof. Cheng. Prof. Cheng, you may start taking the lead.
Okay.
Silent is yours.
Right, thank you. We're now at the final round. Okay, so teams are all ready. Just to add that in the case of a tie, I discussed this with the committee because we don't have extra questions in this virtual format. This is the first pioneer quiz. So in the event of a tie, and that can happen, so we will look back at your semi-final scores to decide who actually has the better rank. Okay, so in the event of a tie, if there's no tie, then it's easier. Okay, so we will operate on this basis. So okay, so let's spotlight the 4A, the final A students. Okay. Okay, Untan 3A is here. Untan 4A is here. 2 more students. Oh, so that's Untan 2A. Oh, okay, right. So, okay, all the Untans are here. There's Unmu, right? There's one from. Am I right? There's one from Unmu, yeah.
Yes, it's Unmul Team 4A. It's Laudisa Kaum Muhajir. Wait a moment.
So it's okay. Right. So it's 3 teams from the west, if I get it right, Tanjung Pura, and 1 team from the east. Yeah. You see Unmu, right? Okay. So we're waiting for the 4th team, 4th member. Is Umul coming in soon?
There is a problem with him, so we're trying to solve the problem.
Yeah, okay.
Trying to rejoin the Zoom meeting.
Oh, okay.
A moment. Okay, welcome, Saka.
Okay, your screen is okay. That's great. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so yeah, so the only difference with the finals is that each one of you will have 3 questions, total of 9 questions for this final. But the rest of the format is the same. So question 1, 2, 3 will be answered by all 4 of you. Yeah, and 4, 5, 6 by your B teammates, and then 6, 7, 8 by the C teammates. Okay. So let me share screen. Hope it works. Okay, let me share screen. Oh, okay. Okay, here we are. Okay, so the only difference also is that the time is slightly shorter. It's only 10 seconds shorter, 20 seconds. So when you hear, please show your answer, please do so. Okay, so the time is slightly shorter, 20 seconds, but I'll still be reading the question twice. Okay, so if you are ready, let's begin with the first 3 questions for the 4 of you. Okay, here we go. Lucky, a dental student has lactase. It's actually not deficiency, sorry. It's deficiency, sorry, not efficiency. Lactase deficiency. Pardon the spelling mistake. Deficiency, which is the mechanism for his milk intolerance. Lactose stimulates intestinal secretion of water. Lactose blocks aquaporins. Lactose reduces intestinal water reabsorption, or lactose stimulates intestinal peristalsis. I read again. Lucky, a dental student, has lactase deficiency, which is the mechanism for his milk intolerance. Lactose stimulates intestinal secretion of water. Lactose blocks aquaporins. Lactose reduces intestinal water reabsorption, or lactose stimulates intestinal peristalsis. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, for the 4 students, please up your answer. Okay, we have 3 B's and 1 C. So the answer is C. Lactose reduces intestinal water reabsorption. Okay, so what happens here is an example of what is known as osmotic diuresis. So the lactose, which cannot be digested, becomes osmoactive and interferes with the water reabsorption. Okay, so C is the correct answer. Okay, so we move on to question 2. This is on the cardiac muscle. Question 2. Cardiac muscle has a unique long action potential. The ionic basis of the cardiac action potential include calcium influx during the rapid depolarization, potassium efflux during the delayed repolarization, sodium influx during the plateau phase, or sodium-potassium ATPase activity during the repolarization. Cardiac muscle has a unique long action potential. The ionic basis of the cardiac action potential include calcium influx during the rapid depolarization, potassium efflux during the delayed repolarization, sodium influx during the plateau phase, or sodium-potassium ATPase activity during the repolarization. The time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. Okay, so we have two B's and two D's. So the answer is actually potassium efflux during the delayed repolarization. So the answer is B. Okay, keep the answer up for the person scoring the marks. The answer is B, yeah? B. Okay. So Untan 4 and Untan 3 has the correct answer. Okay. So actually the delayed repolarization is basically the plateau phase. And this is the balance between potassium efflux and calcium influx. Okay, the answer is B. Okay, B. Okay, so the third question for you, okay, so you can put the answer down now. Okay, so third question for you. So now we move to smooth muscle. Smooth muscle. Third question for you on smooth muscle, and this is your question. Smooth muscles have length-tension relationship, does not always require action potential to contract. Contraction is initiated by calcium binding to troponin, or contraction is effected by a phosphatase. Smooth muscles have length-tension relationship, does not always require action potential to contract. Contraction is initiated by calcium binding to troponin, or contraction is effected by a phosphatase. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Answer, please. Okay, 1B, 2C. Okay, so the correct answer is actually B, does not always require action potential to contract. So Untan 4 is the only team with the right answer. Okay, does not always require action potential to contract. So you know that hormones can make smooth muscle contract. Smooth muscle has plasticity, so A is not correct. Contraction is by calcium binding to calmodulin, so C is not correct. And the contraction is not affected by phosphatase, is the relaxation. Okay, so the answer is B. Okay, so B is the correct answer. Okay, we move now to your teammates, B students, for question 4, 5, and 6. Okay, are we all here yet? So the B students, 4 B students. Okay, not yet. B, 2 Bs, 3 Bs, 4 Bs. Okay, I think we're ready. Okay, so question 4 does require you to write some words, okay, 1 or 2 words, okay. So write big so that we can see. So here is your question, question 4. Which hormone released by renal sympathetic nerve stimulation will lead eventually to increase sodium reabsorption by the kidneys? What hormone released by the renal sympathetic nerves stimulation will lead eventually to increase sodium reabsorption by the kidneys? The time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay. So I have aldosterone, I have vasopressin. Okay, aldosterone. Okay, keep your answer up. Okay, the only correct answer here is renin. So Untan 2B has the points. So the JG cells that secretes renin is innervated by the renal sympathetic nerves. And once renin is released, obviously it leads to formation of A1, A2, aldosterone, and conservation of sodium. Okay, so renin is the right answer. Renin. Okay, Untan 2B, Fauzan. Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, the 5th question is from your cardiac cycle heart sounds. Okay, 5th question to you. Here goes. Regarding normal heart sounds, duration of systole is also the time between 2 first heart sounds. The second heart sound is heard at the beginning of diastole. Heart sounds are heard, not heart. Heart sounds are heard during the QRS and the T wave electrical activities. And lastly, heart sounds are produced by turbulent blood flow. Regarding normal heart sounds, the duration of systole is also the time between 2 first heart sounds. The second heart sound is heard at the beginning of diastole. Heart sounds are heard, not heard, during the QRS and the T wave electrical activities. And the heart sounds are produced by turbulent blood flow. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, we have B, 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 B. Okay, so all of you have the correct answer. Very good. B, 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 B. Okay, good. So heart sounds are heard at the beginning of diastole. Second heart sound, beginning of diastole, and first heart sound at the beginning of systole. Okay, so the 6th question, the 3rd question for, is that right? Yeah, is from respiration, oxygen transport. So this is your question. Oxy and deoxyhemoglobin have a special triad relationship with oxygen, carbon dioxide, and protons, as I illustrated in my talk. Which of the following is correct? Deoxyhemoglobin has less affinity for carbon dioxide. Deoxyhemoglobin has less affinity for protons. Or oxyhemoglobin has less affinity for both CO2 and protons, and deoxyhemoglobin has more affinity for carbon dioxide. Oxy and deoxyhemoglobin have a special triad relationship with oxygen, CO2, and protons. Which of the following is correct? Deoxyhemoglobin has less affinity for CO2. Deoxyhemoglobin has less affinity for protons. Oxyhemoglobin has less affinity for both CO2 and protons, or oxyhemoglobin has more affinity for CO2. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
C, Untan 2B, you have to put it up. Okay. All C, yeah? Okay. All of you are correct. All C. Okay, good. Right? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So please put it up at the same time, so that we won't think that you are trying to change your answer. Okay, you have to put out at the same time. Okay, so this is important, especially in this final round. Okay, so we are in the last three questions for your teammate C. Question 7, question 8, and question 9. Okay, are we all ready? Yeah, okay, so when you hear please show your answer, you have to show immediately. Make sure there's no delay. This is the last important last three questions. So we don't want to have some query, okay, right, at the end of this IKPQ. Okay, so immediately show your answer. So the seventh question is still on carbon dioxide. So seventh question for the four of you. This is your question. The functions of carbon dioxide does not include reducing vascular resistance, a pH determinant paired with bicarbonate, enhances release of oxygen from hemoglobin, or the myogenic response of coronary blood flow autoregulation. The functions of CO2 does not include reducing vascular resistance, pH determinant paired with bicarbonate, enhances release of oxygen from hemoglobin, and myogenic response of coronary blood flow autoregulation. Sorry, your time starts now. Okay, sorry, I didn't say that. Yeah, okay.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Show your answer quickly. Okay, you have A, D, C, and A. Okay, so the correct answer for this is actually the myogenic response. So the answer is D. So Untan 4C, you have the right answer. So so the CO2 is a vasodilator. So A is correct. It's obviously paired with bicarbonate, the major buffer in the ECF, and C is basically the Bose effect. Okay, so D is the muscle response, nothing to do with CO2. So answer is D. Okay, Untan 4C, you got the right answer. Okay, you can put the answer down now. Okay, so the next question is from the GI tract. We've not had so many GI tract questions. We can't ask you many questions. It's only a short pioneer quiz. Yeah, so the next question is on GI tract. So this is your question. Okay. Control of gastric emptying involve A, pH receptors in the stomach, osmoreceptors in the duodenum, hormone secretin that stimulates emptying, or hormone cholecystokinin that stimulates emptying. The control of gastric emptying involves pH receptors in the stomach, osmoreceptors in the duodenum, hormone secretin that stimulates emptying, or the hormone cholecystokinin that stimulates emptying. Your time starts now.
Is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, all up immediately. Hey, I can't see your answer. Untan 2C. Is that? Is camera hang? Oh, sorry. B, 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 D. Okay. So the answer is actually B. There are actually osmoreceptors that control gastric emptying. Keep it up. So Untan 3C is correct. Untan 4C correct. Unmul 4C is correct. And Untan 2C is not correct. Okay. So osmoreceptors. There are pH receptors, not in the stomach, but in the duodenum that also controls gastric emptying. Both cholecystokinin and secretin actually inhibits gastric emptying. Okay, so answer is B. Okay, we are on this important final question. Question 9. Also from the GI tract, gastrointestinal physiology. Last question. So please put up your answer immediately. This is the last question for this IKPQ. All the best. In the denervated stomach, tasting delicious food still increases gastric secretion. No gastrin will be secreted during a meal. Stretching the stomach by the food will not increase gastric secretion. Or gastric histamine can still stimulate parietal cells. In the denervated stomach, tasting delicious food still increases gastric secretion. No gastrin will be secreted during a meal. Stretching the stomach by the food will not increase gastric secretion, or gastric histamine can still stimulate parietal cells. Your time starts now.
Time is up. Please show the answer to the camera.
Okay, immediately, please. Who for C? I can't see. Yeah. Okay, C, D, A. There's one more answer, right? How come I don't see on my screen? Where's the fourth student? Before I tell you the answer, is the fourth student there? I only see 3. C, D, A, D. Okay. So the answer, the correct answer, Untan 3C. C is not the right answer because you still have the enteric response. So that's not correct. Okay. The answer is D. D. Gastric histamine can still stimulate parietal cell. So Untan 4C and Untan 2C, your answer is correct. Okay. And A is not correct because your cephalic phase is no longer available because the stomach has been denervated. Okay. So the answer is D. So Untan 4C and Untan 2C, your answer is correct. Okay, thank you for your participation. So that completes our inaugural IKPQ. So let's see whether there's any obvious scores from the organizers, or if not, then they will go back to the semi-final scores to decide if there's a tie. And I think if there's still a tie, anyway, we'll see what happens. Yeah, we'll see what happens. If there's a tie, yeah. If there's still a tie, then maybe we discuss this. Then maybe we will go back to the quarterfinal score. We just go one back, okay? But anyway, let's see whether there's any obvious winner. 1, 2, 3, and take it from there. Okay, organizers, back to you. Thank you for participating.
Okay, Prof, I will announce the total scores from each team.
Okay.
Okay, for the first one is Tanjung Pura 2 with 20, and then Mula Warman 4 with 15, and then Tanjung Pura 3 with 20, and then Tanjung Pura 4 with 40.
Okay. So this is the final score, huh?
Yes, Prof. This is the final
Okay,
score.
so the team with 40 is the obvious first winner, and the team 20 and 20 will be the second and third place. Okay, so we will have to look at the semi-final score of the two teams with 2020 to decide which one is the second and which one is the third. So organizers, you have to look at the scores from the semi-final.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Finally, we have finished the final round.
Okay.
So before we move to the next session, the announcement of the winning teams, we are going to play a little game. Okay, so all the teams here can join to play the games. Not only the top 4 teams, so all the teams here can join to play the game. So maybe Dewa, you can take over and start leading the games.
Okay, thank you, Ilma, and hello, everyone. So, how's the final for today? Is the final a little bit making your heart beat faster, or making you have a fast breathing, tachypnea, or tachycardia maybe? Okay, so before we go to the announcement for the winner of the Intra Kalimantan Physiology quiz, I would like to make you guys a little bit relaxed because I feel the tension right over the final session that has been led by Prof. Cheng. Okay, so I would like to explain about the game. Okay, so I'll let you share my screen. Okay, wait, where's the screen? Oh, there. Okay. Okay, so I think you all may know this game, and it's kind of simple, and it's a kind of game that you may have been played before. So it's about guessing a picture. So I would like to have a boxes like this. I will try to press. I will try to press based on the request of the delegates that I call which box they want to they want to fade and they want to remove, and I will remove it as the request. And then if any of the delegation has the answer, you may raise your hand and speak the answers, and the winner of this fun little game will get also a prize just like the winner of the quiz. So make sure you answer it correctly, okay? It's kind of fun. It may be a little bit easy for you guys, okay? So are you guys ready, or do you guys understand about the rules? Okay, I would like to start the game right now. Is my share screen got full or no? Okay. Okay, I would like to begin the first picture. Okay, so here's the first picture. I would like to say for the delegates from Universitas Tanjung Pura, Fauzan, you may choose the box that you want to answer, that you want to open.
Hello, pardon me, I can't hear you.
Maybe you can choose the blue box, which box you want, if you want me to remove.
On the third column, second row.
Third column on the second row. Okay,
Yes.
here
Yes, right.
or here? Here, yeah. Okay, I would like to open it. Okay, you may, if any of you have the answer for the what animal is this, you can raise your hand. It's kind of simple, and I think you all know which this this. Oh, sorry, I almost answer it. Which animal is this? Okay, the first one who raised their hand is Belinda. Okay, Belinda, what is your answer?
Is it guinea pig?
No,
Hamster,
it's
hamster.
not. Okay, maybe the other one who raised hand is Fauzan. Okay, Fauzan.
It is hamster.
Because I think because Fauzan really jackpotted this box and already showed the face of the animal, and it's right, it's a hamster. I really wanted to show that the body the body is like over here. Actually, it's not kind. It's an exotic hamster right here. Okay, okay. Let's us go to the second round. Okay, the second picture. Wait, my PowerPoint. Okay, so I would like to call, because I already chose the Tanjung Pura. I will choose the other university, and there is Lambung Mangkurat. Okay, Lambung Mangkurat University. There is Aurin Widyananda. Is Aurin here? Okay, I think there is no Aurin. Maybe Najwa Ahda Sabila from Lambung Mangkurat. Okay. Okay, maybe I will choose another participant. Maybe I will choose. Okay, so there is, wait, who's here? Okay, because there is also Unmu, maybe I will choose Alpina Mapalidara. Is Alpina Mapalidara here?
Yes, Rama.
Okay, you may choose which box you want to open, Alpina.
Yang paling ujung kanan, Rama. Bawah, ujung kanan bawah.
Here?
Yeah.
Okay, let us open the box. Oh, what is this? Do you guys have already know which animal is this? It's really I think it's really common in Indonesia, but since Alvina chose this box, I think you guys can really know, or maybe you can, apa sih bahasa Inggrisnya meramal itu? I don't know how. Maybe you can read which animal is this just from the picture of the grass. Okay, because Alvin already chose the box from the right corner, right corner down from the box. Maybe I will choose another participant to open the box, also from because Untan, Unmul, and then I will choose UPR. Is UPR here? Okay, there is UPR here. Maybe I will choose Novio Rela M Imboy. Are you here? Oh no, okay, maybe I will choose Muhammad Revo. Is Muhammad Revo here? Okay.
Yes, I'm present.
Okay, you may choose another box that you want to open.
I'll choose the second row, third column.
Second row, third column. Okay, is it here or from here?
The left, right. The
Okay.
left side, yeah.
Okay, I will open the box. Ooh, I think you all know which animal is this. It's kind of exotic, and I think you all know which animal is this. This animal is one of the beautiful animals that you may see in the world. Okay, you may take a guess by raising hands, or maybe you can raise your hands, and then I will choose who will answer it. Okay. Okay, is anyone want to answer which animal is this? Okay, there's Joan Carmen here. Okay, Joan, what's your answer?
Is it a horse?
No, it's not a horse. Sorry, it's not a horse. Okay, there is also here. Thank you, Carmen, for trying. Okay, there is also Kafa here. Okay, Kafa, what's your answer for this animal?
Okay, it is a horse and it is a shark.
It is a horse and it is shark. I didn't know which is your answer. Is your answer a horse or is your answer a shark?
Shark.
Okay, shark, yeah. I wonder if it's correct or not. Okay, I will try to open. Okay, I will try to open the box and I will show you if Kappa answer is right or not. Okay, here we go. We go from here. Okay, still no shark sign. Still no shark sign. And voila! Oh, 1, 2, 3, and let us go to the apa sih namanya itu, to the bombastic moment for the picture. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, it is correct. It is a shark. Yes. How did you know that, Kaf? Is it exotic, and do you love this animal?
Imagination.
Wow, your imagination is really, really wild. I really appreciate it. Okay, committee, you may note that Kappa and which 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 one who is answer it? Is it at who is that? Who answered the question, the first question before? I forgot. Maybe you have already known it. Okay, I will show to this forward the third picture. Okay, I really don't know what is this. Maybe I would like to Helena help. Maybe you can, maybe the participant here, because from Untan, from Unmul, and from UPR already helped me and to open the box. Maybe I will call from Lambung Mangkurat to open the box. Okay, from Lambung Mangkurat there will be. Okay, there are. Wait. There are Marcelino Fabrian. Is Marcelino Fabrian here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Will you help me? Which box do you want me to open?
I think I would open the second column and second row from the left side.
Second column and the second row. Okay, I would like to open it. By 3, 2, and 1. Oh, I know this animal. This animal is really, really beautiful and it's really exotic. I really love it. I think you all may know what animal is this. It's kind of shame if you don't know this animal. It's kind of friendly and it's really, 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 really eye-catching for us to see. Maybe some of you know. Maybe some of you know what animal is this. You may raise your hand. Oh, there's okay. There's Kafa again with the wild imagination. Okay, Kafa, you may go.
Okay, thank you. Is it a cat?
Wow, what cat does have this blue and green color? how did how did you what is the bug? How did you guess that this is a cat?
My imagination tells me again.
Wow, your imagination is really friendly, yeah. I think it's not your imagination. I think it's your imaginary friend that tells you this. Okay. I will open the box again. Maybe I will open from here first. wrong. It's a white box. Maybe I will open here. Oh no, it's not yet. Maybe I will open it here. No, it's a. Oh, it's beautiful. It reminds me of little Krishna. Oh, okay. And sorry for borrowing your time. I will open the core of this picture. Okay, so Kappa answer is cat, and yes, it is a cat. Kappa, your imagination is really impressive. I really appreciate it. Really, how did you know cat? This blue and green cat. I think this is really one of the exotic cat I have ever seen. Maybe, maybe you have this as your pet, yeah, right, Kappa? I don't know really what. I don't really know you well, but I think you are really imaginative. Okay, thank you, Kafa. Okay, everyone. AK committee, you will note Kafa's score, and then I will show you to the fourth answer. Fourth answer. Sorry, for the fourth question, for the fourth picture. Okay, because all of the university already lend me a help. I will try to call once again from the other university. Okay, first I will call from mini mini mo. Oh my god, I don't know. Maybe maybe I will ask the committee for me to help. Maybe if the committee want to help me. Okay, maybe they are this maybe our really charming and beautiful master of ceremony Ilma Citra Amalina. Would you like to help me to open which box?
Maybe the third column and third row.
Third column and third row. Is it here?
Yep.
Okay, I will try to open it. 3, 2, 1. Oh, what is this? I really don't. I really don't know what is this, but I think you guys already know what animal is this. This animal is really, really, really annoying. It's really annoying, and it makes you really, really angry if you see it, and you will maybe scared by it. Okay. Okay, I see that the chat box is really booming right now. I see. Okay, sorry. I'm laughing for myself. I didn't read the chat box, but okay, sorry. Okay, there's Diza raising her hand. Okay, Diza, you may show your answer.
The head is pig and the body is duck.
Which animal do you want to answer? Is it a pig or is it a duck or is it a dick or is it a puck? Which animal do you want to answer, Diza? You have to only choose one. You cannot have two.
It is duck.
It is duck.
But its head is pig.
Diza, you have to be consistent with one answer. You cannot choose two over one. You have to choose one over two. You cannot. You cannot choose two at the same time. Don't be like Aris. Okay, Diza, you have to choose.
Pick the pig.
Pick. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I think Kafa's imagination got spread to Diza. I think Kafa's imagination is contagious through the internet. Okay, because Diza says it's pig, I would like to show, is it pig or is it not? Okay, I will try to open it here. Hey, no. Hey, it's not helping at all. Sorry, I touched the participant box. It's kind of like a pig. No, it's kind of like a duck. Not a pig. I think it's a. Oh no, what kind of duck is this? And then I will try to. Yes, and Diza's answer is correct. It is a pig. Okay, Diza. Okay, aduh, apa tadi? Okay, for the committee, you may note Diza's score, and I would like to show the last picture of the, I don't know what is this, a game, what did I call it last time, a game, for this game. Okay, I will try to go to the last slide. Okay. Okay, because this is the last slide, I would like to make a really great make a competition. So anyone who wants to help me to open the box, please raise your hand. Okay, there's Elfin with her with his flash finger. Okay, Elfin.
I think I'm gonna open second row, third column.
Second row, third column. Second row, third column. I kind of forgot which one is the row and which one is the column. Is it here or is it here? Or is it here?
Up.
Here.
Right side.
Here.
Yes.
Here or here? Or here or here?
In the middle.
In the middle, here.
Yes.
You want me to open the line, not to open the box.
Upside.
Here.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I would like to open the box because Elfin asked me to. Okay, I would like to open it. 1, 2, and 3. Oh my God! It's it's easy to answer this. Okay, if anyone you have the answer for this question, you may raise your hand. Okay, because Elfin already raised his hand. Okay, Elfin, what is your answer for this?
It's N.
N.
Yes.
Letter N.
A in T.
In T. Oh, ant. Okay. So because is it really you want to answer ant, or do you want to answer another animal maybe?
I think I'm gonna just do it with that.
Do you really 100% sure with your commitment to answer this question as an?
Yes, I think I 100% sure because it's the head one.
Do you really want to? You don't want to answer another animal because there are so many insects here, and you know that the one that doesn't. You know that if you will apa sih bahasa nyesal itu? I really forgot about the English of it. You will regret your answer if you only choose one. And I would like to ask once more: do you really 100%, 100,000% sure with your commitment that this answer is an ant?
Yes, I'm 100% sure.
Okay, if you say so, that's kind of gentleman thing to answer. Okay, because Elfin answer is an ant. I would like to open the other boxes if it's true or not. Ta, 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 ta. I will open other boxes. Okay, because I would like to open the other boxes, I would like to open all of the boxes. Okay, and I really don't know what is, I don't know what is buntut buttocks buttocks buntut what is the English of it, buntut of the ant. Okay, because this is really the normal animal that you've seen. I think you all know this animal, and Elfin answer is correct. This animal is an ant. Okay, so that's all for the game today, and the committee already taking the notes. Which one is the score? Maybe the committee who take notes may read the who is the winner of the quiz of this little quiz game session. Okay, I will give it back to Ilma as the master of ceremony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rama. What an absurd game is that? Okay, so after playing a game, finally we got the winner. So I bet all of you have already known who will be the winner for this little game. Okay, it's none other than Kafa. Okay, congratulations, Kafa, for answering two questions with the correct answer. Maybe Kava, you can turn on your camera. Maybe you can share your feelings, how your feelings winning this little game from Dewa. How far you did?
Oke, thank you. Jadi abis jawab tadi dengan imajinasi yang luar biasa, feel saya happy. Mungkin segitu doang sih.
Happy aja ya. Oke, Kava nanti bisa hubungin ini ya panitianya untuk minta hadiahnya. Okay, maybe we can move to the next sessions. The sessions that all of you have been waiting for it. Okay, it's none other than the announcement of the 3 winning teams. Okay, after a long fight for all 15 teams today, finally we have 3 winning teams here. Okay, so before I announce the 3 winning teams, I would love to hear all of your thoughts about today's competition. I will pick 4 participants from each university to share their thoughts about today's competition. Maybe I would love to hear it first from maybe from Untan. I would love to hear your thoughts. Maybe the one that would love to share your thoughts about today's competition. From Joan Carmen, maybe you would love to share your thoughts about today's competition, or maybe you can give some advice.
Okay. First of all, thank you very much to the Professor Chang and also to the committees for making this IKPQ. And my impression towards this first IKPQ is very great of a competition. And it is also fun and challenging. Maybe for advice, the questions can be made more, lebih banyak jumlahnya, itu. Mungkin sekian dari saya, terima kasih. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joan Carmen. Maybe the committee can take a note from what Joan has given us the advice. Okay, after this, I would love to hear the thoughts from Universitas Mula Warman from Unmul. Maybe Diza, would you love to share your thoughts about today's competition? Diza, are you still here? Gak dulu Kak katanya. Okay. Maybe Kiki Jaya Pratama, are you still here? Nggak ada juga ya, nggak ada. Oke, kalau nggak ada mungkin Lambung Mangkurat. I would love to hear from Lambung Mangkurat. Maybe Marcelino Febrian, do you want to share your thoughts with us? Ada juga nih kayaknya ya. Okay, maybe Najwa Ahda Sabila. Kayaknya udah pada nggak ada ya. Oke. Kalau udah pada nggak ada, Palangkaraya. Palangkaraya, maybe Naviorella M. Imboy. Do you want to share your thoughts? Kayaknya udah pada nggak ada ya. Oke, kalau udah pada nggak ada, maybe we can move to the next session. The announcement of the 3 winning teams. Okay, maybe the committee may start sharing the PowerPoint. Okay, so for the third place, congratulations to Yay! Congratulations to Untan Team 3. Okay, for Untan Team 3, maybe all the delegates want to share your winning speech. Want to give a winning speech, maybe from the leader first, Belinda Pelia. You may start sharing, giving your winning speech to us.
Okay, thank you for the chance. I think I just wanna say thank you for Professor Chung for this event. It's really challenging and really fun for us, for my team also, to learn more about physiology in this holiday. We are still in holiday now, so yeah, we're kind of santuy. I don't know. We're just kind of learn in a fun way about physiology in this last few weeks. So it's been very helping for us who wants to learn physiology with some fun. Yeah, that's all. Thank you for the committee too, and that's all. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Belinda. Okay, maybe the next person who will give a winning speech is from Alvin Felix. For Alvin Felix, maybe you can give your winning speech. The time and Zoom is yours.
Thank you. Before that, I'm gonna say thank you to Professor Sheng to make this competition is real, and also I don't know what to say. I'm just maybe I'm happy because I really tired. Read Sherwood 4 days. Maybe that's enough for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alvin. Okay, the next person we would love to hear their winning speech is from Irfan Lefrandi. For Irfan, the time and Zoom is yours.
Okay, thank you, MC. At first, I like to thank you to Professor Cheng and committee because the effort to make this competition happen. And I think this competition is really fun, and it motivate me to learn from Sherwood and other physiology book. Because if there's no if this competition isn't held now, I think my holiday will not really just as fun as this competition happened. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Irfan. Okay, once again, congratulations for Untan Team 3 for getting the third place in this very first Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022. Okay, let's move to the second place. For the second place, who's the winner? For the second place, we got congratulations to Untan Team 2. Congratulations for Untan Team 2. Okay, maybe Kafa Rahmadani as the leader would love to give a winning speech. The time and Zoom is yours, Kafa.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan sebelumnya terima kasih saya ucapkan kepada Profesor Cheng yang telah memprakarsai adanya kegiatan ini dan juga seluruh panitia dari 4 universitas yang ada di Kalimantan ini. Berkat itu kami bisa belajar di antara sela-sela liburan ini dan juga kami menganggap acara ini juga sebagai hiburan. Dan saya ucapkan terima kasih juga kepada dua rekan saya. Saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada dua rekan saya yang telah kita berjuang bersama, kita berjuang bareng belajar sedemikian rupa.
hingga kita bisa dapat juara di event ini. Mungkin kedepannya bisa lebih baik lagi untuk event ini. Dan juga saya terima kasih untuk games hiburan tadi, karena saya juga bisa menyalurkan imajinasi saya dengan tepat. Mungkin sekian yang dapat saya sampaikan, lebih kurangnya mohon maaf, saya kembalikan ke MC.
Okay, thank you, Kafa. Okay, for the next person we would love to hear their reading speech is Fauzan. For Fauzan, the timing zone is yours.
Oke. Terima kasih MC, terima kasih juga sebelumnya kepada Profesor Cheng yang sudah menjadi perintis di selenggarakannya IKPQ ini, lomba Kalimantan tingkat nasional. Bahkan harapannya bisa menjadi lomba yang banyak mengundang tim-tim yang juga dari luar Kalimantan terkait dengan topik fisiologi. Saya juga apresiasi tertinggi kepada rekan-rekan panitia yang telah berjuang luar biasa demi terselenggaranya ini, sehingga IKPQ ini berjalan sebagaimana mestinya ketika hari dilaksanakan. Dan juga terima kasih kepada rekan-rekan saya yang sudah bekerja keras demi dalam mengikuti lomba ini, rela mengorbankan sebagian waktu liburnya untuk belajar, dan ya semangat terus untuk kedepannya. Sekian dari saya kembalikan kepada MC. MC-nya jangan salting ya, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Fauzan. Okay, the next person will be Edmond Daniel. Edmond Daniel, but you'll have to give your winning speech. The timing is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity, MC. First of all, I want to thank Professor Cheng, who has initiated this extraordinary competition. Besides that, the organizing committee has also prepared this competition very well. This competition has spurred me on to continue learning physiology in a more fun way. I also want to congratulate all the teams who have participated in this competition. Hopefully, in the future, we can all continue to participate in IKPQ and continue to support this competition in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Edmund. Okay, before we move to the announcements of the first place, maybe the committee may take the documentation of the second place, the team who got the second place. Or maybe the one who is responsible to take the documentation may take over.
Hello, okay, I will lead the documentation for today. You may show your biggest smile, and greatest style maybe. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, once more, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dewa. Okay, let's move to the first place. Okay, for the first place, congratulations to Untan Team 4. Okay, for Untan Team 4, maybe the leader, Joan Carmen, would love to share their winning speech with us. The time and Zoom is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much again to Professor Cheng for initiating this IKPQ and also the committees. And as I said before, this competition has been very fun to me, and I'm sure it is the same with the other teams. And if it not for this IKPQ, maybe I would not spend my time quite a lot to learn and review physiology again, but it is this IKPQ forced me in a very positive way, forcing me to learn again and deepen my knowledge again about physiology. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Joan. Next person we would love to hear the winning speech is Hairil Ramadan. The time in Zoom is yours.
Okay. First of all, thank you for Cheng and all the communities that helped this event. It is a good event. Honestly, while I prepare this to face this event, 2 weeks, it make me insecure because like it's holiday, but I have to study to prepare this to face this event. But the positive thing that like Joan and all other friends, that it make me to review again the material. So it's good to prepare all the things that correlate to study. Okay, that's all. Maybe I give it to MC again.
Okay, thank you, Hairil. The last person, maybe Agus Salim. Time and the is yours.
Oke. Pertama-tama saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Prof. Cheng dan juga teman-teman panitia karena telah mengadakan kompetisi pada kali ini, yang mana saya pribadi merasa dengan mengikuti kompetisi kali ini saya dapat menghabiskan waktu liburan saya untuk sesuatu yang lebih positif gitu. Dan juga saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada teman-teman rekan saya dalam tim saya seperti Joan dan Hairi. Mungkin itu saja dari saya. Sekian, terima kasih.
Okay, thank you, Agus. Okay, maybe the committee. No. Okay, maybe the committee who's responsible to take the documentation may take over, because we will.
Okay, I will read the documentation again. Okay, show your biggest smile and show your biggest greatest style. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, once more. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, guys. Okay, so for the third place, because we forgot to take the documentation, maybe the committee may go back to the slide of the third place, and okay, and Untan Team 3 may turn on their camera because we're going to take the documentation. Belinda Pelia, Elvin Felix, and Irfan Lefrandi.
Okay, I will do the documentation again. Show your biggest smile and show your greatest style. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, once more. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you.
Okay, once again, congratulations for all the teams who winning this competition, the very first Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022. Okay, before we end today's competition, we will hear a closing statement from our honorable Professor Cheng Hui-Ming as the master quiz for today's competition and the one who initiates Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz. For Professor Cheng, the time is yours.
Okay, I have spoken so much today. so I will keep this very short. It's been a long day, but I believe a memorable day. And what a better way to start a new year in spite of Corona, or thanks to Corona, that we can think of this idea and get students together from East, West, Central, Kalimantan together for the first time in this friendly competition. Congratulations to the winning team and for the enthusiastic participation of all the teams. So we hope that this is, now that we have a template, we can use this for next year, and we're not sure what will happen next year, whether COVID will still be here, and perhaps in the near future, if next year things are better, we could have a physical gathering. Of course, traveling is a bit difficult, one of your deans said, hoping that the Intra Kalimantan train will be available or the transport so that you can travel easily. But we look forward to better times, and just to wish all students the very best in your studies, and that some of you will be graduating soon, so wish you the best in your graduation. For those of you who are still studying physiology, hope you keep enjoying it, and so we'd love to hear from you. So feel free to interact with me, email or WhatsApp. Be happy to hear from you, and hope to meet you all face to face in Kalimantan or maybe in Kuala Lumpur if you get to fly here. If we allow tourists in freely, when you're in Kuala Lumpur, please let me know. Be happy to show you our beautiful campus in University Malaya. So I think I should stop talking anymore today. Thank you, Mr. Dewa, and all your great team from all the four universities that come together, and all the support from the lecturers and the dean. Yeah, and thank you the judges and Dr. Mitra, Dr. Eri, Dr. Donna. If you are still here, thank you very much for your support, and we'll keep in touch, and see you all again soon. Yeah, bye bye.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Cheng, for the closing statement. Okay, maybe before we end today's competition, maybe we can take the documentation first. Okay, the committee who's responsible with it may start taking over and the documentation.
Okay, I will leave the documentation once more for our last moment, not last moment exactly, maybe this is the last for today, but not for the future. The future we will still continue. Okay, so maybe all of the delegates, all of the participants in the Zoom, you may please turn on the camera, and also the committee, you may please turn on the camera. Okay, I will wait for the other participant, for our delegate and the other committee to turn on the camera. We will have take a picture together. Okay. Okay, I will take the picture for. Okay, there's still 2 slides that hasn't turned on the camera. You maybe please turn on the camera. Okay. Wait. Okay, maybe I will start taking the picture. Please show your biggest smile and your greatest style again. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3 for the slide 1. Okay, for the second slide, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, once more, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, for the next slide, 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Oke, thank you Dewa. Baiklah, dengan ini maka berakhirlah serangkaian acara Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022 pada hari ini. Saya, Ilma Citra Malina, selaku Master of Ceremony pada hari ini, pamit undur diri. Mohon maaf apabila selama acara terdapat banyak kekurangan maupun kesalahan. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selanjutnya akan diambil alih oleh MC kita, Saudari Balkis. Kepada Balkis dipersilakan.
Baik, terima kasih Saudari Ilma. Karena kita sudah berada di penghujung acara Intra Kalimantan Physiology Quiz 2022, dan diharapkan dengan adanya kegiatan ini kita bisa menambah wawasan, pengalaman, jiwa kompetitif, dan menjadi jalan kebaikan untuk kita semua. Dan saya dan segenap panitia yang bertugas mengucapkan terima kasih sebanyak-banyaknya kepada hadirin teman-teman peserta yang hadir mengikuti IKPQ dari awal hingga akhir. Selanjutnya kami juga memohon maaf apabila dalam acara ini terdapat kesalahan kata dan perbuatan, dan kami ucapkan terima kasih Selamat kepada para pemenang IKPQ 2022. Untuk informasi lebih lanjut, akan dihubungi oleh panitia secara personal, dan bagi peserta untuk jangan leave dari grup terlebih dahulu karena sertifikat akan dibagikan melalui grup tersebut. Sekian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih semuanya.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. Bye-bye.
Terima kasih Prof. Cheng. Terima kasih.
Okay, bye-bye. Right, keep well. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Prof.
Bye-bye. Have a good weekend. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Prof.
Also, Prof. Terima kasih Dr. Mitra. Terima kasih Dr. Dona.
Terima kasih semuanya. Izin live ya.
Terima kasih banyak, Dokter.
Thank you, Prof.
Terima kasih dok. Terima kasih dok.
Terima kasih juga Pak Rino.